man börjar beoft beisparkalorna ris och fyr samman wir stad.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the siege, or good morning, good evening. How are you all doing today? I hope you were doing fantastic. We have some dropped frames. I hope this is not because I'm using Restream. I really hope this is not because I'm using Restream. I hope not. That would be... I hope it's like recovering super soon. Of course, it's like, yeah, you know what? Let's do that today. It's like, no. That would be something. But hello there. Let me switch to live here in just a second. I'm actually like, do I not have that anymore? Really? I'm so confused. I haven't used this in... Oh, this is the only one. All right. Yeah, I hope it's not because I'm using Restream. Well, we talked about that yesterday. But first things first.
Who made that man a gunner?
I did, sir. He's my cousin.
Who is he?
Who is he?
He's an asshole, sir.
I know that. What's his name?
That is his name, sir. Asshole. Major asshole.
And his cousin?
He's an asshole, too, sir. Gunner's mate, first class, Philip Asshole.
How many assholes we got on this ship anyhow?
Yo!
I knew it. I'm surrounded by assholes.
Thank you, assholes. I do appreciate that. Yo. Yo, assholes. Hi. Ooh. Yeah, the drop frames are not funny. The drop frames are not funny. What is this? Maybe it's the YouTube server we are on. Don't do this to me. Not today. Everything but today, YouTube. Yeah. Yeah. I don't wanna start another stream. I might have to start another stream. Dropped on the maybe it's freaking restream. Okay. Okay. You know what, folks? I will not I don't. Okay. Well, that is a little bit unfortunate. I keep an eye out. If it happens again, I will do a super quick restart of the stream, and then you have to go to the new stream, because this stream will end because Restream is doing it as an event and not as a standard live stream, because Restream is absolutely dumb. Let's just hope it doesn't happen again. Let's just hope. All right? All right. Cool. Cool. I keep an eye out for this. I keep an eye out for it. So, we will see. Hello there, units. Hello there, Sacrer. Hello there, Crunkskunk. Hello there, Legend. How are you all doing today, folks? I hope you have a fantastic Tuesday. It is time, like the 4th year in a row, for the Golden Molehill Awards. Yes. 4th time we're actually doing this. And man, 2020. What a game that, what a game, yeah. What a game. It was a game on the highest difficulty, on the Dark Souls level. And I think we just all suffered. And yeah, what a year that was. Like, absolutely unbelievable. Like, you know, at the beginning of 2020, I was actually believing that this was going all right. This was all right. You know, it was going good, especially from a pure job perspective, like from a streaming perspective. It was basically just up, right? Like the channel was growing like it has never been grown before, and after over 3 years or 3.5 years, I was actually believing that we are finally getting somewhere where streaming is becoming stable for me, for the channel, and where things were just looking up, right? And then also, Sakurai, I see what you were doing. And then, wow, Mixer died. Mixer died. Or, well, it didn't die. It got murdered. Plain and simple. It got murdered by Microsoft for the release of a new console, and more importantly, for the release of the xCloud. But we will definitely talk about it when we are looking a little bit more back at 2020. And then the time began where I was walking around in a wasteland of streaming. and was trying to find my way, find my path. So, and I still haven't really found it yet. Like, I will be honest here. It's the end of 2020, and I cannot say I really found my path again. Like, I hate to say it a bit, but we basically or literally lost 3 years of work. Was going down the gutter. Now you can of course argue that this was partially my fault, that I made a mistake to focus solely on Mixer. Like, my social media was always like an off thing. Like, I basically did grow my channel by just being a Mixer, like by just being a streamer, right? And I know that a lot of people can't really say that from themselves, that they basically grew their channel by just doing streaming. Like, unfortunately nowadays you have to do so much more than just streaming to grow an audience, to grow a channel, which I always questioned a bit. Not that it is not true, like it is true. Like, it shows that you basically need so many other things to make streaming work, but that always leads me at least to believe that the state of streaming is not in a good state. Like just think about it. In other jobs, like, I don't know, you want to become a movie star, which is like relative similar to what you're doing as a streamer, right? And then they're telling you, like, yeah, if you want to become a movie star, well, you first have to be like known in theaters, and maybe you want to do more in sports, like, you know, maybe becoming a well-known like soccer player or wrestler. It's like, yeah, nobody ever, like, you can do that, but it is not necessarily needed, right? Good morning, Drakodai. Like, it's kind of interesting that we are in a state of streaming where if you want to make streaming work, you have to make it work somewhere else first. And I think that's not a good state streaming is in. That's what I at least believe, that this is not a good sign for streaming as a whole, that you basically need YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Like, you need so many places to just funnel the streaming part. I was like, is that a good sign for streaming? I don't think so. But that is like another huge topic, like streaming in general, where it goes, where it comes. That's definitely something we will talk about here. And yeah, we have a lot to talk about, like 2020 as a whole. The top 5 games. By the way, I will do top 5 games plus 1. Why I'm adding plus 1? Well, because the plus 1, you will see when we are talking about it, why I don't really add it to like the top 5 games, and why it is a top thing, but why I don't call it the top 6 games of 2020. Like, you will realize when we are getting to it. Then we have, of course, the most shittiest company of 2020, which is then coming up. And then we are looking a little bit into the gaming future. That's similar, but not the same. We will look at the gaming future, and we will see how it goes there. And yeah, we are also talking a little bit about the plans for streaming, because, well, 2020 is over. I took an extensive break. I definitely took an extensive break from my streaming endeavors, and that's fine. I really needed that. Like I said it in my vlog I released like a few days ago, right, where I talked about like just needing this vacation. Like this vacation was so needed after 4 years of streaming straight without any vacation whatsoever, besides of when I was sick or taking off my weekends, right? But that doesn't really, that's not a vacation. Like sick leave is not a vacation in any shape or form. And funny that I also got sick over the weekend, and I was like, oh no. Thankfully it was only a light cold. I took a lot of like hot baths, was sweating a lot, and also did a lot of inhaling. Fun fact, I actually did some inhaling before the stream, and now everything smells like Japanese oil. Like, let me show you that. That's basically what I'm using. It's in German. Don't try to read it, but it's basically like Japanese, like just oil. And damn, that stuff, like even if you have like completely closed up nose and it's like I can't smell, I can't breathe, that thing is just opening up your nostrils. It's like, wow, I can smell again. It really clears the nose and whatnot, and it smells nice. So, but yeah, it helps. I did that before the stream, and so thankfully it's only a light cold. It's only a light cold. But yeah, like the vacation was needed. Like it also, not only was it good for me just playing some games, kicking back, watching some live streams, but also it gave me a lot of time to think about what I want to do next, what I want to do for 2021, right? I think that was like a very important thing for me, that I can just think about what 2021 has to offer, where I want to go with the channel, what my plans are, and we will talk about that. That is one of the things we will do today. But yeah, 2020. Like I normally don't speak for everyone, like never. But I think most of us can agree to say that 2020 was a shit show. Around the world, like so many people suffered, right? Like so many people had to go through things they really didn't need it in their life. And I think it also shows, or showed quite a bit, how many problems we really have on the world. I know this is a little bit like talking beyond game. I normally don't do, like I'm trying to focus always on gaming. But this was definitely one of the years where also like a lot of issues were laid bare, which have been there for years, like economical issues, nature issues, political issues, of course. And I think that 2020 was really the year where literally everyone was facing those issues, or was seeing those issues for the first time and couldn't just ignore them. And of course everyone has been reacting to those issues worldwide in a different way. Like some people acknowledging it, some people ignore it, still trying to ignore it or downplay it, or pretend like those issues don't exist. But that doesn't change the fact for most people that they are finally seeing those issues. Like, I mean, look at Lemons here. Like, one of the issues is Lemons is now French. How are you doing? I try to say something in French and try to sound smart, but unfortunately I can't. I don't remember anything. Why is your face naked? You haven't been here last week then. I'm looking like I don't even know. I was thinking about making my hair, and then I was just like, if Jeff Keighley can wear a suit and sneakers to a suit, I can just not do my hair. You know, if he can look like shit with that sneakers, I can just not do my hair. Like, that's... Les citrons? No, les... Wait, I have to sound a little bit more as if I'm like swallowing my own words. Les citrus. Parlez-vous François? I don't know why, but French in my mind is always like a complete arrogant language. I don't know why. It's not true. Look, I have met people who speak French, and it can be very vulgar and a very rude language. But in my mind, French is a complete arrogant language. Like, it's basically for people who want to swallow their own words and enjoy the taste. It's like, oh, I just vomited my own words. Let's swallow it down again. I love French. That's what French is for me. It's just weird. Like, nothing. Like, I have met a good amount of like French people in my life, and they are all amazing and lovely people. Like, I actually, like, believe it or not, I actually think very fondly of France as a country, and of the people there and their culture and whatnot. When it comes to the language, yeah. It's this, you know, when in Europe they formed the languages, everyone was like, let's make our languages sound similar. Like, you know, they are different, but they all sound somewhere different. And then there was this one person in the corner who was like, no, my language will be different, will be better than yours. And this is how French came to be. And it's like, wow. It's like, I know it sounds like, like, again, I love France. I love France and I love the people there. I always have been. And Marcus, thank you very much for the follow. I do appreciate that. Welcome. Yeah, it's just... Romanian. I do not speak Romanian at all, and I'm doing fantastic, Marcus. It's we are talking about one of my moderators who is slowly defecting from the US to France, slowly but surely. We have some fun here right now. We have English because learning a foreign language is too hard for us. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm just playing with this right now. If you haven't seen this, this is DDR2 RAM. Believe it or not, it's 1 GB DDR2 RAM, because I'm like still trying to fix a PC which is over 13 years old. And it's DDR2 RAM. It's like, I can't even remember when the last time was when I saw DDR2. It's absolutely crazy. But yeah, I'm doing fantastic. How are you doing, Marcus? We are doing our Golden Mole Awards of 2020. We have been doing for the last 4 years. Started it on Mixer. Was nice heat sink. Hashtag G-Skill. Actually, like, not gonna lie, like the parts which are in that PC are actually not bad for the time when it came out. Like, they're actually not bad. So that PC actually did cost like quite a few bucks, but then it didn't got updated for like 13 years. And it's just like, I don't even know where to begin. Yeah. Oh yeah, like everything is not bad on this PC. It's just, I don't know. But the motherboard is dead. I'm 99% sure that the motherboard is gone. Which is bad. That's bad for the PC because, well, swapping out a 13-year-old motherboard is not an option. Yeah. Especially because all the hardware is just like, even if I'm building in a new motherboard, I basically have to do everything else new, right? Like, it's just, there's not much I can do. So, but back to the actual topic. So back to 2020. But interestingly enough, like, as I said, it laid a lot of issues we had around the world bare, right? But not just when it came to world issues, but I think also 2020 was the first time in a long time in gaming where people finally realized that there are underlying issues with the gaming industry and that those underlying issues have to change. That they cannot be ignored. Like, crunch is definitely one of those most used terms in 2020. And the reaction from a lot of people was always, I don't give a damn about crunch. Like, look, I have a shitty job, so I have to suffer, so you have to suffer with your job as well, and just deal with it. Like, everyone has to fight with crunch, everyone has to fight with issues. Like, just deliver my game, give me a good game I can just play when I come home to calm down from my shitty job and from my life, and stop complaining. Till Cyberpunk 2077 finally came out, and even the people who always said, like, yeah, crunch is not an issue for me, like, I don't give a damn. I think that crunch finally got laid bare and showed that crunch is doing a lot of bad stuff to your games. That you could have a much, much better experience if developers would not crunch their life away and would not be treated as shit. And your experience could be better. Like, Cyberpunk showed this. Like, Cyberpunk in itself, and we will definitely talk about this very soon, is a fantastic game. Cyberpunk, from a pure gameplay perspective, is a great game. But everything beyond that, well, that is a completely different topic. And crunch definitely had something to do with that. Like, crunch was a factor, and I think that even, like, the last person who wanted to ignore that finally realized that. They finally realized that crunch is not just an issue they can swap away, and hopefully, like, it will sort itself out. And hey, Gav, how are you doing? Crunchy peanut butter is the better than... Okay, I know that Gaffer is just trying to derail this whole conversation, and I hate him for that. I just want to put that on record, right? But peanut butter is actually not really a thing here. Like, peanut butter never made it here. It's an obscure thing here. Like, There is peanut butter in my grocery store, but we are talking about like 2 sorts of peanut butter at best. Maybe even just one. It's an obscure thing. Obscure? No, not obscure. Obscure. Sure. Are you making fun about my English accent, my friend? I don't speak to like Americans flee to France people. You know. I mean, let's be honest here, fleeing is the only thing French people can do. So you learn from the best. Wait, who said that? Who said that? That is rude. You only need 2 times crunchy and smooth. No, I mean like 2 labels or 2 brands, not 2 labels, 2 brands. Yeah. But how was your time in? You were still in France, right, Lemons? You were still there, or are you back to the crazy place? But hey, Gav, how are you doing? No, that's okay. Don't you worry about that, Gaffy. That's all good. It's good to see you. How was your holidays? I mean, this is the stream. This is the last stream, basically, of the year, where we are just coming together, talk a little bit about the things, and then going into our top gaming shows. Oh, you got back? Well, my condolences. Welcome back to the madhouse, which is the good old US of A. Welcome back. I had a very quiet Christmas. Like, not much was going on. Yeah. It was a very, very relaxing Christmas. Just not meeting with people. Still having a lot to eat. I definitely gained weight. All the weight I have to lose. It was a very quiet Christmas, but it was good. As I said, since I took the break, since I took the vacation, not a break, vacation. It's nice. It's nice. I'm not sure if I would do that, Lemons. Look, that's Britain, and like, we always have this picture of the Brits being very polite, but as somebody who has been to the UK quite a bit, depending on where you go, the idea you have is basically a sentence of getting beaten up quite a bit. Especially when they're asking you, where you from, mate? Huh? Where you from, mate? The US? Yeah, wrong answer, mate. France? Yeah, definitely wrong answer, mate. Like, no matter what you were saying, you will not do so hot with those answers. Yeah. I also heard since Britain has now left the EU, well, not officially yet, in a few days they will, fully officially. Like, everything else besides of UK is the wrong answer in the UK. It's a new law which is going into effect. Like, if you are not from the UK directly, you can be beaten up and thrown out of the country. That's a new law. That's a new law. Like, yeah, if you have missed that, And you're like, what is he talking about? Yeah, that's a new law which is going into effect at the beginning of the year. Yeah, yeah. Brexit. Yeah, Brexit. Oh, that's... I mean... We saved Netscape software. Yes. Hey, I used Netscape. Not gonna lie, like, you know, when there was no Firefox, when there was no Chrome, and you basically had to make the choice between Internet Explorer and Netscape. Yo, Netscape was the thing. It was like, yeah, Netscape, man. that was the deal back in the day. Like, if you wanted to be one of the cool kids, you used Netscape, man. Hey, Mnemonic, good to see you. It's in the news today. I haven't, like, don't get me wrong. We are already getting bombarded on a daily with, like, some Brexit news. Something about fish. And I'm just, like, at the point where I'm like, dude, just end it. Finish him. Like, but I can only imagine how it goes when you are directly living in the UK. Like, I can only imagine what you have to keep up with in the UK. Our fish. The fish is not fresh. So, yeah. Yeah, especially like it's so like when I'm looking at it and I'm seeing like those countries fighting over the fish, and then you look at like how important the fish is in the economy, and it's like, man, the number is even smaller than Mixer's number. Too soon? No, actually not. It's like, why is this even a topic? Like, who gives a shit? Like, for the EU, for the UK, like, fishing is so unimportant. I would be more afraid about what it means for the banking economy in London, right? Like, that is a much bigger part for the UK than fishing ever will be, and everyone is like, yeah, we haven't really talked about that yet, but you know, fishing is the focus point here, right? It's a fishing. It's like, what? That makes so no sense. What the hell? But hey, politics, right? Another shit show for 2020. But going back to gaming, like, gaming was definitely the year in 2020 which had a lot of stuff going on. And I think that for a lot of people, like, they finally realized that a good game is not made under pressure, which should be so simple. Like, creating a game is still an art form, and I can't remember the last time an artist delivered good art under a lot of pressure. Like, I think it never really works out. So, keep calm and talk about the fisheries. It's like, I think finally people realize that gaming is still an art form in a lot of ways. And by putting a lot of pressure for a long period of time on the artist is not helping the product, is not helping the game. So as unfortunate as a good amount of games have been this year when it comes to crunch and pressure and other issues like a lot of gaming companies we have, I think it was really needed to finally show people out there, like, hey, you can enjoy games, you can have fun with video games whenever you so desire, but there is a process behind this, and you might want to have a look at that process. That doesn't mean that you are not allowed to enjoy a game. That doesn't mean that you are not allowed to touch that game. Like, but don't close your eyes to the issues at hand. And again, I think that Cyberpunk was definitely one of those games who showcased that pretty well. Like, I can safely say, since the latest two hotfixes we got on Cyberpunk, the game is running really, really well for me. Like, I'm at 60 all the time. There's some like smaller areas in the game where it drops down to like 55 or something, but I'm still like, whatever. Whatever, man. So they already did a few things. But yeah, that doesn't change that people on the console still have issues, and some other people, like, it's still not great. I'm still not running on the highest graphics, which I should be with the PC I have. But yeah. You can have fun with video games as long as you aren't a developer. Isn't that true? Isn't that true? Unfortunately. Yeah. What else? You know, before we are jumping into the top 5 games of the year and do our award thing, let's talk about something else very quickly. And again, Cyberpunk will be a topic which we will go back to. Like, this is just a little bit of a preview, but we will have a talk about Cyberpunk for various reasons. But before we get there, I wanted to talk about something else. Let's talk about streaming. As you know, this is a streaming channel. I know that a lot of you have been with me now for nearly 4 years. Like, Gaffer is definitely one of the older viewers, good friend of mine, also streamer, awesome personality, British. Okay, well, you can't win them all. You can't win them all. But no, somebody I consider a real friend who has helped me in a lot of ways to understand where I'm going to, or which I can just talk to, and he's just keeping up with my bullshit all the time, which I'm absolutely thankful for. Like, other people would have been, mate, what are you talking about? Shut up. So I appreciate that. Lemons, you have been here for a while, like Units, Sagra. Like, we have like a relatively tight-knit community. And as I said at the beginning, like, 2020 started out for me from a pure streaming perspective as really good. Like, I hate to use this term. I really do. But at the beginning of 2020, when it comes to streaming, I would have said I made it. I would have used the term I have made it. Right? And, well, as we all know, Microsoft then decided that the numbers of Mixer are not there where they want them to be, especially with Project xCloud being right around the corner. Like, I know that a lot of people believe that Mixer was closed down because it didn't make them enough money or anything. No, Mixer was closed down because Project xCloud, or just xCloud in itself and the new consoles, were an important milestone for Microsoft. And they needed a streaming site where millions of people coming to every day, so that at some point you are opening up a, let's say, Halo Infinite stream, if it ever comes out, and then there would be like an xCloud pop-up, which would just say, hey, you want to jump into Halo Infinite immediately without download? Just with Game Pass? Click on the stream. And bam, people could use xCloud, which is their streaming technology. And that's what they wanted. But they wanted millions of viewers for that. And Mixer was not delivering that at the point. This is why they did go to Facebook. But why did they go to Facebook and not like just Twitch and, YouTube? Well, because they have their own streaming things. Google, aka YouTube, has Stadia, where we'll see how long that is existing. And Twitch, aka Amazon, has now Luna. Those are streaming competitors. And Microsoft has said it multiple times, over and over again, that they don't see Sony as a competitor anymore. Like, for them, Sony is just a noise. A side noise. But their competitors are the people who are really focusing on cloud gaming in the future. And that is Amazon. That is, well, or still is, Google with Stadia. So when Microsoft were looking at the options, what they are doing here, they didn't have like a lot of choices. And their first option was to build their own streaming site. And I'm pretty sure when Matt and James, who were the original founders of Beam, were looking at the selling options, it sounded pretty amazing. Like, I can only assume that whatever Microsoft told them they are planning to do with Xbox, xCloud, and Mixer, or Beam at the point, they were like, yeah, this is the good option. And I am 99% sure that Microsoft at that point was absolutely committed to the idea, because they didn't really have like an option. And then over the years, they realized, well, this takes too long. What can we do? We can go to Twitch, we can go to YouTube, but we have Facebook. Because Facebook is not really planning with cloud gaming and cloud streaming. And I'm still believing that going to Facebook was the wrong decision. And this is not because of Facebook live streaming or anything. This is because Facebook being Facebook, which is facing a lot of opposition, because Facebook decided to do something no politician likes. It doesn't matter where you are from, like which country or like which party you're from. There is one thing a politician is not a huge fan of, is when companies try to make politics. That is one of the things which is universal, approved on by a lot of politicians. Like, companies are there to make money, and sure, they can change here and there some laws to make even more money, but the moment when companies are trying to make real politics, that's something a lot of politicians do not like. And that is exactly what Facebook tried to do over the years. Like, keep in mind, Facebook was at the point where they basically tried to introduce their own currency. If somebody still remembers that. They tried to introduce their own currency. If you are introducing your own currency, you are basically very close to introduce your own country at that point. And Facebook has now reached a point where a lot of politicians decided that Facebook on a politics level is an issue. So whatever happens with Facebook in the foreseeable future, it doesn't look too good. Like, politicians finally realize that Facebook has completely different plans to what they want to be. Like, again, the cold reality right now is that politicians don't really care when you are trying to make money. And how you make that money, well, most politicians, let's face it, don't really care necessarily too much about it. But the moment you are trying to be a competitor in politicians or in politics, that is where politicians react still. And that is what Facebook has been trying to do in the last few years. And I'm not so sure where Facebook is heading. Like, they are facing a lot of issues in Europe, because Europe is always a little bit more aggressive when it comes to companies. But that even in the US, who has been, how can I put that, very supportive of Silicon Valley companies in the last decades, even they show that they are very unhappy where at least Facebook is going. Facebook currency? What? That's a stupid name. And again, that means you never really know what happened or will happen to the streaming component. So I wouldn't be surprised if the idea of using xCloud and Facebook gaming together will backfire at some point big time. Not because that Facebook live streaming or Facebook gaming is a bad thing. It's just that it is attached to Facebook and we have no clue how Facebook will end up. So, but yeah, Mixer got shut down, and I think a lot of people never recovered from that. A lot of people, me included, didn't really recover. Like, a lot of people did go back to Twitch, and I said it when I left Twitch, or actually no, when I joined Twitch and even became a partner on the platform. I said it right from the beginning that Twitch is not the place to grow. It's, yeah, and also a lot of people have quit. But like, even for people who are playing the whole social media spiel, like, I don't want to name people. Like, I hate to do that. But there is one streamer who is doing an amazing job, who is playing all the right games, who is doing all the social media shebang, who has connection with all the companies, who is doing all the right things at the right time. Like, when you are looking for tips and tricks, like the things you should do as a streamer, that person is doing everything right. And the person is not growing. The opposite most of the time. That person has lost viewers. And you're like, how is that possible? Like, literally, that person is doing everything right. And it's Twitch. Twitch is the biggest platform. but the trickle-down effect is not there. Like, it's just not there on Twitch. Because, like I said it yesterday, Twitch has trained their viewers for a decade now not to go around on Twitch. And especially now with all the ads just flying around on Twitch, who wants to switch a channel? I'm already getting enough ads as it is in the channels I'm watching and I'm not subscribed to. Leaving alone, like moving around on the platform. Like moving around on the platform is just, you were watching more advertisements than you were watching actually the streams. And it doesn't help that they have now a new boosting feature for the main page. It doesn't help that they have now special categories or anything. Like, no, it's just like people are not using them. Like, you can go to Twitch and you realize very quickly, like, nobody gives a damn about it. And that's really unfortunate. Like, it's just, you know, really, really unfortunate. Like, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. This is the games category you can choose on Twitch, right? Like this right here. Recommended gaming streams. Co-Carnage. Playing Pillars of Eternity 2. You mean the Co-Carnage I'm following? I have been subscribed to for the last 7 years. Don't ask. It's a thing. Like, you are recommending me that person? That's the person you recommend to me, Twitch? Seriously? Or you mean Dex Bonus? Like, aka Dodger? The person I have also been watching for like 8 years. I have been following for God knows how long. If not even longer, 8 years doesn't even cut it. That's the person you recommend to me, Twitch? And of course the person I'm already following. You don't see it because my ugly face is in the way. But that's the person you recommend to me? Or you know, Fextra Life? Mr. 26K? Or Dr. Lupo? With 20K? This is what I meant. This is what I meant. Why are you recommending those channels to me? They're, don't get me wrong. Those are amazing people. All of them. But they are big enough. They don't need a recommendation. Like, they don't need recommendation. Action and adventure. Chats? Excuse me? What? What is that? And also 10K. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. I can live with this, you know? Like those 4 channels. That's okay. But really, you're recommending a chess channel with 10K viewers? What? shooter. Like, Anthony Kongpan, really? Or Grimm's? Like one of the big. What? This is cool. Yeah. Okay. Cool. 18 viewers playing Fallout New Vegas. Nice. Then this dude, Call of Cthulhu, playing Control for the first time. Cool. Cool. I can live with that. Yes. With 129 viewers. Like, there's some recommendations here. But there's also like a lot of weird stuff. I have no idea if it's okay. Like, I have, yeah, I know Twitch quite a bit. You know all this. But it's just, why are you doing this? Like, there's so much stuff. And then also nobody is scrolling down here. Like, don't get me wrong. Oh, look at that. Stalker, Clear Skies, a horror game. Sure. Debatable, but sure. Sure. Debatable. But the thing is just, like, nobody is scrolling down here. Nobody is going to this, which really sucks. This is why this person has only 8 viewers. Like, you would assume that if you're on Twitch and you are like the #1 recommended horror stream right now, that you would have more than 8 viewers. Right? You would assume that you would have more than that. So yeah. Oh yeah, they do. Loco. Sing Sing. It's like, really? Sing Sing? You have to recommend to me Sing Sing? Like, don't get me wrong. Cool, I like Sing Sing. And if you're like, I've never heard of this, it's Dota Pro Player. Dota Pro Player. Who have been in the Dota community for a decade now, or even longer. It's like, why are you recommending the big ones to me? Especially the ones I'm already following, or which have been already subscribed to for years. Like, Twitch, which brings me back to the original point. Twitch has been like a death sentence for everyone who is trying to grow. Like, totally. Because apparently Among Us is strategy, which is like, what? Yeah, I saw that too, and I'm like, what? Among Us is not necessary. I mean, no, it's not strategy or MOBA. Like, what? But yeah, the problem is with Twitch. Like, I said it before, like, it's a platform I didn't want it to be associated with when I started streaming. That's why I did go to Mixer. I was new in streaming, right? I didn't had anything built up. I didn't know how streaming works. I didn't know anything about streaming. Like, Mixer was basically my first experience in streaming. Yes, I did stream on Twitch before for like maybe 2 weeks in total over multiple years. I don't count that. I don't count that at all. And this is why I did go with Mixer. I just wanted a fresh experience. I wanted to, or Beam at the point. I still remember I became a partner, and then a week later, Preston, who was my partner manager, was like, yeah, we have a meeting. Okay. So, yeah, we are rebranding Beam. I was like, yeah, okay. Yeah, so the new platform name will be Mixer. And I was like 2 or 3 seconds completely silent because I was waiting for him starting to laugh or make a joke about it or something like that. And after 3 seconds, I was like, wait, you serious? Yeah, why? That's a stupid name. Just saying, that is a stupid name. That was, I don't know if he heard that a lot, people saying that day, or if he wasn't prepared, like for that answer. But it was like you could hear like how he was like, oh boy. It's great when you just became a partner on the platform and the first thing you're basically telling them is like, that is a stupid name. And I mean, let's be honest here. All the live streaming platforms have stupid names like Mixer, Twitch. What? Is that a euphemism? I mean, it probably is. Like, knowing Twitch, it was probably a euphemism for penis or something. And YouTube. YouTube. Like, come on. Think about it. I mean, even Trovo. Or, like, Facebook gaming. It's like, okay. Hey, Has, how are you doing? Twitch shooter, yeah, something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, all the names are not very live streaming-esque. I mean, even if you think about Netflix, right? Like, it's not okay. Oh yeah, Tube, the Tube, yeah. It's a very British thingy. Yep. But it's just interesting. Like, all the names are a little bit like, okay. But however, when I got told that Beam becomes Mixer, I was like, you kidding me? Are you shitting me? That's the name you were going with, and I've told them that. But then we became Mixer, and it was interesting. It was definitely an interesting time. Like, one of the things I can say for sure is, like I always said, and I actually meant it, when people ask me, why did you become a partner besides of making money? Right? Like, what was the reason? And one of the main reasons, and I actually meant that, was information control. The difference between the information you got as a non-partner, as a viewer, as a normal streamer, and the information we got as a partner, where universes apart. At the beginning, not at the end was just, like, even Mixer staff didn't even know that they are closing down. But especially at the beginning, we basically knew what Mixer had planned 9 months ahead. Like, for the next 9 months, we knew what was coming, when it was coming, and we could plan accordingly. Like, the information we got as Mixer partners were just infinite the amount normal people got. Like, you know, whenever there was an announcement or something and everyone was like, no, Mixer just announced that? We knew about that months ago. We knew about that all months ago. Like, the information control you had as a partner was miles ahead. And that was one of the reasons why I stick with Mixer. Because even if I would have gone to Twitch or YouTube or any of the others, I would be in the dark for so many things. And on Mixer, again, not at the end. Like the end, like this should have actually been a dead giveaway to me that Mixer is not surviving for long. When we as partners slowly but surely didn't get information anymore. Or the only information we got was, we are thinking about it, we are talking about it. That should have been the dead giveaway of like, uh-oh, wait, that's not good. Like it should have. It did rung some alarm bells in my head, but I also have to admit that they were just partners who didn't care for the NDA. Who didn't care about, like, don't talk to other people about certain things. And we had a lot of leaks. And Microsoft at some point was just so annoyed by that they did cut down on the information they gave us. Because they didn't really know when people would know about this. Like when some partner would break the NDA again. Because a lot of people were just stupid. Like, the amount of people who joined Mixer for the first time as streamer were kind of crazy. And the amount of people who didn't have the slightest clue about business was just staggering. Like, you know, when people are always joking about, like, streamers don't know what they're doing. They don't see the business side of things. And everyone is just like, yeah, man, streamers, like, don't never read their contracts. Like, we had a lot of those people. We had a lot of those people. Yeah. Yeah. Like, it was telling how many people, like, I hate to say this a bit, but we also had a lot of people who should have never become partners in the first place. We had a lot of them. I don't know why Mixer made them partners. Like, maybe they believed they would get more people into the community when they are partnered or something, or they try to keep the streamers on their platform. I don't know what the reason for it was, but unfortunately we had like a lot of people who should have never become partners in the first place. And I don't say that because of like viewing numbers or people decided they don't want to do this full time or anything. I actually speak about people who never read their contracts, behaved like shit, and more importantly, treated the other partners like shit. We had a lot of backstabbers. Like, the amount of backstabbing which is happening behind the scene. Like, you know, when everyone was like, yeah, hey, Mixer, yeah, we are all friends, we are all supporting each other, we are all, like, trying to push each other up, like, yay! No. No, not behind the scenes. Like, you won't believe how close Mixer was to shut down the partner Discord multiple times. Like, the amount of times they had to actually shut down Discord channels. Like at the end of Mixer, we were basically cut down to just information channels most of the time, which got opened up for certain discussions and then closed down again. Because you couldn't leave the partners alone in a Discord. They would start to murder each other. Like, literally. The things they sometimes said to each other. Like, if that would have been a workplace, like a real work environment, you would have got like the pink slip. Like, you would have get kicked out. And some people got kicked out. Like, it was unbelievable. It was really unbelievable. Like, one of the main examples, which I will never forget, is Mixer wanted to introduce a monetization option with Game Pass. So if you would buy Game Pass, you would get a free sub to Mixer streamers, right? But the Mixer streamer wouldn't get the money. That sub would go into a pool, and by the end of the day, not month, not week, by the end of the day, the people with the most subs that day, like the top, I don't know, 1,000 or 2,000 or something it was, out of 10,000 partners per day, would get like money. And we are talking about, what was it, $10,000 a freaking day for the top streamers. And even like the lowest streamer would get $500 a day. Let that sink in. That's what Microsoft planned. And you know who stopped that? The partners. The partners. Why? Because there were partners who didn't want that other partners made more money than they did. And I'm like, are you stupid? Are you literally stupid? We are talking, like, even for the lowest of low streamer, like even if you are just getting one Game Pass sub, would net you $100 per day. You don't want that because a bigger channel would make more money? Excuse me, but which job are you working in your life where you just have to get one Game Pass sub, like basically just one customer per day, and getting already $100 out of it? Do you know how many people would murder for that kind of like money making? Like, per day. You basically just had to stream for like 4 hours. Like, or not even. Like, you just had to stream till you get the first Xbox sub or the first Game Pass sub. And it would be like $100. Bam. And that is just one sub. If you made 2 subs, you would already made like, it was like $300 or something. And the partners stopped it because they saw it as a pyramid scheme. because people like Arconaut or Jared FPS would probably made like 1,000 or 5,000 or something like that a day. And it's like, are you freaking kidding me? You are unbelievable stupid. Like, because of somebody would have made more money than they did, which they actually already did, they basically left money on the table. It's like, and there were a lot of those moments where those partners were outright just like, free money? Oh no. Yeah, no. No, I don't want that. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Or when you maybe you remember still the time where we could cash out sparks into money, right? And Mixer said, I think every week when we had a partner meeting, hey folks, this is not a permanent thing. This is an event. Like, this is an event where it will run for some time or till we are running out of money, right? And then we are done with this. And then they actually, at that point, they wanted to replace the Spark thing with the Game Pass thing. There was actually the time where they wanted to replace that, but well. Remember that? And Mixer said right from the beginning, hey folks, this is not a permanent thing. This is just a side gig. And we had tons of partners who created fake accounts to cash in the Sparks and go full time. And then after the event ended, people were basically going with torches and pitchforks through the partner Discord and were demanding, not asking, not anything, demanding that Microsoft is bringing back the Sparks for money cash out. Because they did go full time. They did like quit their old jobs. And they are now like, they live off that. It's like, wait, to get this straight. Mixer told you from the beginning that this is just an event and nothing permanent. You created multiple accounts, fake accounts, to get like a lot of sparks. You basically cheated the company out of money. And now you are demanding that Microsoft is bringing this back because you were just dumb as hell. Yeah, no, I have no sympathy. That's on you. Like, that's on you. Like, you have to suffer with that consequence now. Oh yeah, like the jealousy, social jealousy and money jealousy was just so high. Like, I saw it when my channel became big, right? When we had like hundreds of viewers, even thousands of viewers. And other partners never talked to me. Or well, most of the partners. Like, I was just a dude with the mole picture. Like, most people didn't know me. Like, some people did. But the amount of hate I got the moment my channel became bigger, especially in Discord, like fake accounts who wrote me DMs, on a daily basis, like not even their real accounts, but fake accounts, who were like, yeah, you're view botting. Like, I basically like called Microsoft on this, or like, yeah, talk to your partner manager and you will see your channel will be shut down, and why won't people watch you, and this is all fake numbers, and yada yada yada. Like the hate I got out of nowhere. And I'm like, dude, I've been streaming here on this platform for 3 years. I've been one of the first people who did this, did constantly like stream nearly every day. Like, I'm sorry that people, for whatever reason, find my channel now and enjoy what they're watching. But the hate I got for that. Oh yeah, and also don't talk about numbers normally. Because whatever. It's like, what do you want from me? I never talked about my sub numbers, for a matter of fact. Like, I never mentioned them because I found that, like, it's like, and people wondered, like, there were actually people who were like, yeah, but where are you coming from? Like, I've never seen you on Mixer. Well, yeah, I'm the morning streamer. I've been here for 3 years, but that is why I'm staying away from most of the streamers. This is why I did hang out like in Gaffer's channel, why I did hang out in Ready for Tino's channel and some other people. Like, my follower list was small because I could just go on those streams, bring my community with me whenever I could, especially me and Gaffer's community, especially at the beginning, have been very much the same, I would say. Like, still is, like, still a good chunk of the Gaffer viewers are also my viewers, so yes, channel 1 coming in the intro. I hate it myself. So people were like, oh my god, Mole is always on channel 1, like every day Mole is on channel 1. Yeah, always in the intro when nothing is happening. Great. That definitely boosted my channel. That totally boosted my channel. The intro screen with music in the background. Or when I ended the stream. Yeah, that was also always fun. Alright, folks, see you next time. Bye. Hi, channel 1. Nice that you came in. Yeah, that was quite amusing. That was quite amusing. But yeah, by the way, I also got hate for that I basically was on channel 1 every day. And I'm like, well, folks, it's just like that there are not that many viewers, or well, not that many streamers at 8 a.m. in the morning in the US. And that I always had like already some viewing numbers. So yeah, channel 1 came to me. Like, it's not like that I manipulated channel 1 or worked for it or anything. Especially when channel 1 became like an AFK channel. Stream when people aren't streaming, yeah? Like, so Mixer died. I had to go to Twitch. Became a Twitch partner. Great. Didn't do anything for me, but cool. It's kind of funny what it still does. Like, mentioning I'm a Twitch partner still. It's kind of fascinating what it does to companies still. Like when I request like a key, and I'm like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not streaming on Twitch, but I'm a Twitch partner. And companies are like, oh, well then this changes everything. I'm like, really? Yeah. Really, really? Oh yeah, totally. Okay. I mean, cool. Thanks for giving me a chance, I guess. It's like, what? Like, just mentioning that you were Twitch partners, like, I don't know. Like, I can finally see why people always believe that being a partner or mixer is like the golden ticket, because apparently on Twitch it is. Like, just mentioning that you're a Twitch partner, even though you're not even streaming on the platform anymore, and you're mentioning that, they're like, oh, Twitch partner, okay, cool. Yeah. We can work something out. What? But I'm not even streaming on the platform anymore. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. You're a Twitch partner. Huh. Okay. Yeah, why does he always get hosted, but I can't get that at 9 p.m.? Good question. Well, then I decided that I don't really want to have anything to do with Twitch. I moved to YouTube. And I'm actually, like, after now the 2 months we have been on YouTube, let's have a little bit of a resume here. I'm actually happy how my channel did grow, how the numbers are going up. Like, even after now over 2 months, like, my numbers are still going up. My watch time did go down a bit, but the reason for that is pretty simple, because I have done like quite a lot of like smaller videos, because I just didn't have anything to talk about. It's just how it is. And then of course the views are getting shorter and people are also not watching too long. But I'm happy with the YouTube numbers where they are. And what we will do for 2021, I will focus on, like, the last few months have been me just testing the water to see what works with videos I want to do in the background, right? Like, which videos are getting the clicks, which videos don't get the clicks. And gaming news is actually something, especially if you are quick, like, gaming news is actually something which can get you a lot of clicks, especially when they are a little bit more obscure. Like, yes, everyone is doing like a news about Cyberpunk, right? But a news about like the the Vampire BR, which is still like one of my biggest videos I have ever done. There was like a news a lot of people never really did caught up on, and it helped. Like, news is definitely something which works. Oh yeah. They disappear though after 24 hours, don't forget that. Reaction videos do also very well. So React is a thing. And I will focus on a few games in 2021, like Diablo 4 is definitely a game I'm looking forward to. Evil Genius 2. Like, Evil Genius 2 is definitely one of the games I will focus on. And then I will see like what other games I will put on the list. But you will not see a lot of Let's Plays. Like, it seems like that Let's Plays are very much not worth it. I actually thought that Let's Plays would be a cool thing to do, like having some Let's Plays which I want to do solely for like my channel. But it seems like that Let's Plays are just not getting the numbers because everyone is doing it. So if a create uploads, not live streams. We are not talking about live streams here. I'm talking about purely uploads. Let's Plays will not be the focus, even though Wasteland 3 did actually pretty well, interestingly enough. But that's also like a niche game. Like it was Like, it was one of those games a lot of people looked forward to, but in a certain niche. So that was kind of interesting. And yes, I know we haven't finished Wasteland 3. I know we will talk about that. But yeah, those are the plans I have for YouTube. Like, maybe I'm throwing in some occasional like gaming stuff where I play something. But discussing certain topics, react to certain videos, and also having the gaming news will be the main focus for the non-live streams. For the live streams, I still believe that having the gaming news and then playing video games is the right thing to do. I actually believe that this is still something which helps the channel. Like, the streaming numbers have been like supporting me in that belief. So I will not change anything there. If you're like, but what is with the live stream, Mo? Will you change? No. No, I would not. You would, like, all good. All good. But there is a thing I want to announce, and that has something to do with live streaming. No, we will not change the streaming time. No, we will not like change the days. Like, it still stays as it is. Like, if you're watching my live stream right now on YouTube, hi, by the way, nice to have you. It's good to see you here. Welcome in. Nothing would change for you. You're all good. But if you have missed it, I did a test stream yesterday, and you will also now be able to find me on Trovo. Yes, Trovo is a place where we'll also live stream too. Sakura is already a moderator over there. She was one of the people who joined here, and Dragoda is already over there. So, why Trovo? Why do I also stream to Trovo? Let me explain. So, I was looking at Trovo for quite some time, and Trovo has been growing for a bit. It is still heavily focused on mobile games, but that also tells me that I have a chance to grow there as somebody who is not like just playing mobile games, right? There's a place to grow. But let's talk first about why Trovo, and then let's talk about Trovo, the platform, a little bit themselves. So one of the reasons why I'm also interested in Trovo, and I will not hide that fact, I would found it unfair to you. One of the main reasons why I'm definitely interested in Trovo are the monetization options. Like, keep in mind that live streaming is my main income. That is how I have made money. And since Mixer has been dead, I basically lost 75% of my income. Now, I know this sucks to say a bit. Like, thankfully, I was able to utilize like also the Corona stuff. Like, my country is thankfully supporting self-employed people through the Corona crisis, and that's what kept me afloat quite a bit. I also want to thank like all the people who are supporting me on Patreon. Like, you were helping me a great deal. I do appreciate that. But yeah, I lost like over 75% of my income. when Mixer did shut down. And this has now been nearly 9 months. And the reality is that I have to look around a little bit and have to see, like, how can I keep this going for a long time to come. Right? There are only two options here. Like, I cannot monetize my YouTube because I don't have the requirements yet. We're working on it and it's going well. But I cannot say when that is going to happen. Right? Twitch. By the way, for the people who are still subbing to me on Twitch, you are crazy, and I also appreciate you. Thank you. Like, there are actually people who are still sub to me on Twitch. I do appreciate that. Thank you. And Lemons, thank you very much for the follow. But why Trovo? Well, because I can already monetize my channel with 20 followers. Like, they have a level up system. Let me show you this. Let me show you Trovo a little bit. Calling me crazy? No, I'm not. Like, no, I'm not crazy. Lovely crazy. You know, like, crazy but lovely. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. But there's Trovo, right? This is Trovo. I'm not really a fan of the main page right now, but that's how it is. And okay, because I think it's throwing me into the I show you my stream key. Yeah, let me not do that. Let me not do that. Yes, that is one of the things I really don't want to do. Give me just a second here. Hello, Mr. Lemons. Yeah, they have also a lot of emotes. So one of the things, like as I said before, so one of the things which is activating quite quickly is when you are reaching level 1, which is this one. It's not, like, we are on our way from level 0 to level 1. I have to stream for 5 hours, which is like, okay, whatever. We will probably reach that today. And then you need 20 followers. And then you can already get your channel subscriptions. Like monetize, payout and whatnot. And then at level 2, is level 3? No, it's level 2, right? Yeah, at level 2, you're already getting like 6 custom emotes and whatnot. 30 mods. Yeah, and at level 5, you can have 500 moderators. It's like, excuse me? It's like, wait, what? Why did, what? It's like, I don't. Yeah, only 500. Yeah, I know. It's like, what? Disappointed? I guess. Whatever. But as you can see, like, we can reach the point very early. And one of the main things which Trovo is actually doing is the Trovo 500. That is basically their partner program. How does that work? Well, glad you ask. So the Trovo 500 is about few hours. So you need a certain amount of streamed hours, which again is not a big deal. But the biggest point is the viewed hours. Let me show you. Let me show you this very quickly. Believe it or not, they actually have communication. They actually communicate with it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. They actually communicate with their community quite a bit. Like Twitter, Discord, their own website. Like it's actually crazy. Like you have never seen that on on Mixer. But those are the requirements for January 2021. And these are the watch hours, right? Speaking with the community who does that, yeah, it's crazy. So when you are getting 1,500 watch hours, like they still have to announce that. But let's say you are getting into the Silver League, which is 3,000 watch hours, which is not that great. You're already getting $800. 7,000, 1,100. And there is a bonus, like the more you are adding up, like you are getting a bonus on that. And then the Master, which is like the top 15, is getting $5,400 from Trovo. So it's very similar to something actually Mixer had planned with the Game Pass thing, right? Like even if you're Platinum or something, like, and this is just watch hours. This is just watch hours. Like, just watch hours, right? Like, and don't get me wrong, like 12,000 watch hours in a month, that is quite a bit. Like, don't get me wrong, those numbers are changing. I think last month the numbers were much slower and lower, right? But you don't have to do like, and you still have your subs and all that. Like, if you want to support me and you have like another tab open, right? Now show us your watched hours. Actually, let me actually, I think I can. I think I can. Let me see. Let me see. I might not be like, maybe it's still in my Discord, because if you know, I have never really did hide my numbers, and Dylan had a bot running for Mixer. Let me see. Oh God, we have to we have to scroll, we have to scroll, we have to scroll, we have to scroll. I had so many streams, this was all. Was this already? Yeah, there was already Twitch time. My God. Sickener, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, folks, if you want to help me out, I would appreciate if you follow on Trovo. And we would talk a few things here. Like, we are not done yet with the Trovo talk. So oh no, it doesn't show the stream hours. Oh, I'm sorry, folks. It doesn't show the stream hours. I mean, we can do the math. We can do the math here. Boop. We can do the math. So this was 2,000 views for 6 hours. Well, it doesn't really, but let's say there was like alone 12,000. Like, even if it's half, it was like 6,000. 4 hours, 700 views. Let's say that's 1,200, yeah. Like, totally doable. 7,000, okay, that was one of the crazy days. Like, you can see, like, even the small days we sometimes had, oh, we lost follows here, and that's always funny. There was like 600 views, or 600 viewed hours. Yeah. You know. Yeah. So it's not that crazy. This was where we had some issues with my internet. Let's not talk about that anymore, please. I don't wanna really talk about that anymore. No. Folks, thank you so much for all the follows. But let's talk about Trovo itself. A few things. So I know that some people will say, but Mole, isn't that like Tencent owned? Like Chinese? Look, my views on, and I will just say that, on the regime on China are pretty clear. Like, I definitely have my issues with the political views China has quite a bit. Like, I will make this very, very clear. But here's the thing. If you are afraid of Tencent, Tencent is nearly in every freaking gaming company at this point. They are owning nearly every freaking gaming company out there. Like, but my data, look, if China really wants your data, like really wants to know your name, where you live, your social security number, your credit card number, your spouse's name, where your children are going to school, they don't have to spy on you. They just go to Google, pay 20 cents for your data and get that data. And yes, 20 cents. That's probably how much your data is worth. Because Google is selling them in bulk. Or Amazon. Like, how do you think those companies made so much money over the years? Like, how do you think like Google is financing or has been financing decades of their financial stuff? They're a search engine. Like, believe me, if China wants your data, if China wants all the stuff about you, like what anime porn you are masturbating to, they're just asking like the internet. Unfortunately, as much as I applaud that people are finally getting a little bit aware about what happens to their data, you are like 10 years too late for that. You are unfortunately 10 years too late for that. Like, even the great EU, like, let me tell you something. My country, about 2 or 3 years ago, signed a thing, like, not a law, but like a, what do you call it? Let's call it a law, to make it simple. They signed basically a law where they said, hey, you know what? Companies can now just talk to the government and be like, hey, there's this Chaos Mole, like, can you give me his address, his phone numbers and whatnot? Like, all the data you have on him? I need that for advertisement. Cool. And nobody nobody complained about this. Like, it was just going through, like, most people didn't even notice that this happened. Like, companies can just now call the government and be like, Yeah, this Chaos Mole, like his name is Chaos Mole, like we have the last name or the first name. Can you look at that and can you give us the stuff? Cool. Yeah, we want to send him some advertisement if that is cool. Yeah, cool. Thanks. And nobody was speaking up against that. Like again, like if you were really afraid of your data, you are unfortunately a little bit too late. So yeah. But yeah, if you want to help me out to reach the 20 followers, I would appreciate that. Let me show you a little bit of what Trovo is. And the thing I can tell you, Trovo is very much Mixer. If you have actually hoped for like a Mixer website, Trovo took so many ideas. Like it's not even funny anymore. Let me show you this very quickly. Let me go into the stream, because this person is streaming right now. And my graphics driver just killed themselves. Man, the newest graphic driver version is so shitty. Just saying. Ugh. I hate when that happens. Yeah, and now my camera is also desynced. No has. That is plus. Let me sync my count. There we go. That is plus. You see the little plus? That is 1080p plus. You need. So if you go beyond 1080p, like 2K or 4K streaming, there's 1080p and 1080p plus. Let me show you this very quickly here with on my side. So you have 1080p and then there's 1080p plus. Oh yeah, you can go 1080p. I mean, YouTube, you can also go 1080p on YouTube. That's what we are doing. It's just Twitch who still believes that nobody needs that. Then there is live playback, what YouTube is offering. There are clips, right? So that exists. There is pop-up player, theater mode. Man, even Mixer didn't have the theater mode. Will you believe that? And so you can cast spells. Oh yeah, the short delay is... Yeah. You can cast spells, and if you're like, wait... Spells? Yeah, that is basically... what Mixer does. Like, you are gaining mana by just watching, which is your sparks. It's the same thing. It's sparks. It's the same thing. Then you have your elixir, which is basically your bits. And believe it or not, let me show you the bit rate. So let me explain the elixir stuff. 100 elixir is $1. And the streamer gets $1 for 100 elixir, and you buy them for $1. Actually, you are getting $1 for free. It's like, wait. They are not trying to skin you here? What? What? It's like they are not trying to skim you out of the money for like the you actually get stuff for free. Like they're actually like the higher ones, you are actually getting stuff for free when you were doing the math. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, keep in mind, and exclude VAT and tax. So if you have to pay like a VAT or a tax on it, like for me, it would be a little bit more expensive because I still have to pay like VAT. But hey, that's like, I mean, duh. Right. Let me see. Total excluding VAT. I don't. Oh, look at that. They also do a sub promo right now. Huh. The first month is 20% off. Hey, you hear that, Twitch? You remember September? Right? It's like, you remember that? What is your take on subs? Oh, standard rate, 50. 50. It's 50. Yeah. The standard rate. It's 50-50. Nothing crazy. I don't think my state chart. Yeah, of course. It depends on where you live. I just know that my VAT would be on it. So there's the weekly ranking. It's a bit weird on how they do this. So those are spell points. It's a mixture between mana and elixir. So when you have like enough spell points, like for every spell point you spend, like the streamer is also getting something out of it, and as a viewer, you are getting coins. So when you are spending spell points, this takes a while to load. If you're wondering, you're getting coins, right? The Xmas spin, and then you can spin basically the coin machine. And then you are getting some stuff, like one of the things which can happen. No, I haven't unlocked subs yet. No. I need 20 followers. And then I would basically unlock like this stuff. Yes, 20 followers. But yeah, then you can spin, right? That's the thing you can do. Or, which is also pretty neat. This is the subscription, right? Like you can see what you were getting here. Sub-only chat. You can get a welcome message. You can actually choose. So when you are entering the chat, like a welcome message will be played. You can also have a specific nickname. Right? You can gift subs. You can, of course, get the... nickname display. You can have like it shows you directly what you are getting. Like here's the welcome message, and the cool thing is you can actually choose when those welcome messages are being played. Like let's say you have more than 100 viewers in your channel, the welcome message would not be played. So you can actually choose that. You can, of course, gift multiple subs if you so desire. which will also like show like your badge would glow, right? Which shows that you have given subs, and you were actually giving, like, you were getting free subs when you were gifting like 50 subs. You would get like 3 more subs, or you can even like choose. Like, you are also getting some stuff out of it. What else do they have? Boost Project. So Boost Project, which is rather hilarious, is what Twitch has introduced, I think, a few weeks ago, where you can spend your currency, right? Your channel currency. In this case, it's just what is it? Mana. And then when you have a spell rocket full, you can go to the front page. Right? Like, your channel will go to the front page with this. And what's actually really cool with that is that, yeah, you can see like the front page space right here. You are earning those rockets. So as you can see, these are the spell rockets this person has earned over the time. And you don't have to use them immediately. So you are getting those rockets in your inventory, and then you can just use them whenever you so desire. So, hey, I'm playing this new video game which is coming out today, like, I don't know, Cyberpunk. I want to be on the front page. And then you can use like your spell rocket to be on the front page for that day, or for the hour, or whatever. And you can still see that he has still like 2 left, 4 left. And that's a really cool thing as well, which helps. But yeah, you cannot use spells in my channel yet. You can earn already mana in my channel when you're watching. So if you're watching already, you can already earn mana, but you cannot use any spells. So that is not possible right now. That is also coming with level 2. Yeah, that is coming with level 2. And custom spells. So that means we can have back our stickers. I could actually use the stickers again. So that's definitely I think I'm kind of hyped for, because we have like a lot of amazing stickers and then we could never use them. It's and then there's some, like, if you are reaching like a hype level, like you can see that right here, where the streamers, like, you can also earn like special Christmas decorations, as you can see, when you are using spells. Like right now, this is an event where like you are also getting a buff, and then you can earn like a hat or like a special like Christmas decoration or whatever. So they also have like special events and whatnot. They're doing a lot where I'm like, Mixer, is that you? Like a lot of the stuff I'm like, Mixer, have you been reborn? Like they took a lot of ideas from Mixer, like a lot of them. And again, they're very open with their community. Oh yeah, here's one of the Troll 500. Yeah, you can see the videos here. You can also be in the network, which is kind of nice. There's the info. But yeah, that's Trovo. So if you want to support the channel and you want to have like another tab open, and you want to follow me there, I can post the channel again. That's it. It's just trovo.live/chaosmole. And we will also restream to that place in the foreseeable future. Because I can see that we can grow our channel there. Variety is definitely one of the things which is in desperate need. Trovo is in desperate need of variety streaming. They have a lot of cool features. They are growing. With Tencent, they have somebody which can actually like support it. I'm so confused on stickers and spells. Why are you confused? It's literally what Mixer did. Like it's literally what Mixer did. With you are gaining sparks, and then you can use them for certain like chat events, like certain emotes and whatnot. Oh, the spin thing? Oh, well, the spin, whenever you are basically using money on the on Trovo, you are getting coins for that. And then you can decide if you just want to spin for money or for the elixir, right? Or if you want to use a coin. So they basically give you something back for spending money. Yeah. Yup. But if you have questions, and if you want to read up on it, just go to Trovo. Let me show you this, where you can get all the informations. I always have to make sure that I'm not showing like any any important stuff here. You can just go to Trovo, right? There's where you can also change your picture here. This is where you see your mana, your rewards, whatnot. Go into the support center. They have to improve their thingy, and there you can just look it up. Elixir, mana, spells, and subscription. How that works exactly. Like they're explaining it. Like just go to the support center is like super helpful. It's kind of... Oh. Can I go back? Damn it. Yeah, the support center is super helpful. Like they're super open. Like as I said, they have a Discord. They are even using Reddit. And they are like, even on Twitter, they are super active. Oh yeah, the daily upper limit for mana is 960. So there's a limit. There's no need to farm mana. They should have done something similar for Mixer, just saying. But yeah, there's also the revenue split. Well, this is for subs, right? And then the elixir is like 50, which is like alright. But I think it goes less. Or higher. So you can all just like read it up here. I cannot go to the support center when I'm in the support center. Okay. But yeah, that is Trovo, and I will also restream to Trovo starting today. So if you want to stay on YouTube, cool, that's fine. if you want to watch me on Trovo and also want to support the channel by just giving me watch hours, like literally watching on Trovo gives me like watch hours, which then might help me to get more viewers, get more followers, and also get into the partner program, which is a Trovo 500, which supports the channel without you having to pay a dime, besides of being on my channel. But yeah, so Trovo is in the rotation. I like the futures. Like, why haven't I been going to Trovo in the beginning, even though the features are basically what Mixer has? The reason for that was when Mixer did shut down, and that, believe it or not, that's nearly now 9 months ago. Trovo wasn't even remotely close. Fewer numbers. I'm not saying that the fewer numbers are now insane, right? That it grows like just skyrocket, but they are growing. And I wasn't really ready for joining another new website. And this is why I'm still staying on YouTube, why I'm still doing my YouTube stuff. Because I know that YouTube is an established website. And the chances that YouTube is going out of business, relatively low. Relatively low. But with Trovo, like, keep in mind, like, the main income source for Trovo is Tencent right now. And of course, it really depends on how much Tencent wants to keep this doing. Like, who knows? Maybe in a year, Tencent is like, nah, doesn't really work, right? Well, Tencent is losing the interest because they're doing great in China with their live streaming platforms, but they're not interested to do it any further in the West. But they don't really have a history for that, which is kind of interesting. Like, when you look at like all the Tencent investments, or when Tencent is like not interested anymore in the company, didn't really happen. Like, all the acquisitions of Tencent are like long-term acquisitions because they really believe and that they can actually like achieve something with it. Even less. No, Twitch has actually a chance to be shut down. YouTube, not so much, because the main thing of YouTube is still like uploading videos. So, but yeah, that's Trovo, and I have the chat open for both, so no matter where you write something, I can see it. I know for a viewer, it's a bit confusing when somebody is writing something on Trovo and somebody else is writing something on YouTube, and it can be really, really annoying. I know that. But we will try to figure it out. Like, please bear with me. It's a tumultuous time. So yeah, I'm kind of interested to see how it goes. And again, thank you for all the people who have for the follows and for the people who are also watching. Like, I do appreciate that. So thank you very much. It is appreciated. Now, with that said, let's talk about games. I mean, it's late enough. Let's talk about games. Let's talk about the top 5 games of 2020. I think it's time. Well, it's actually the top 5 plus 1. And you might say, top 5 plus 1? Why not just make it the top 6 then? Well, you will see why. I know this is a vague thing to say. People will be like, wait, what? But there is a reason that I don't really make it like the top 6. When we are done with the top 5, we will talk about the 6th game I want to speak about. And let's just say you will understand very quickly what the 6th game is and why I didn't really put it into the top 5. Or make it a top 6 or something like that. You will understand. Now, let's talk about the top 5 games of 2020. Before we jump into the top 5 games of 2020, a quick note here. Those games are not in a particular order. They're mostly in the order of, well, release time. So I'm starting with the games which came out first, and then I'm talking about the other game. Right, so it's not like that I had a ranking. Like if you have watched me doing this for the last years, like you know that I never had a ranking. Those are just the top 5 games I believe are the best games of 2020, and they are all worth to be the top 1 game or the top 5 game. Like they are all equal in what they are offering. Gameplay, story, graphics, like they are basically the top 5 games, but they are also all equal. And we had a lot of good games in 2020, or at least we had a lot of games. We had a lot of games, a lot of remakes, a lot of remasters, a lot of new games, and interestingly enough, even with all those games, I actually had some issues finding my top 5 games to a certain degree. Like in the first half of the year, there was not much going on, because I assumed that everybody was like dancing around the possibility that Cyberpunk could still come out in like June or something. Which of course, as we all know, is not the case. Right? Like that game didn't come out in June or anything close. Right? But in the first like half a year, I would say there was not a lot of games. Like there were some good games, but there was not like an outstanding game. Right? Now, let's talk about the first game, in my opinion, who absolutely nailed it, gameplay-wise, graphic-wise, and which can be seen as one of the first games which actually became crashing my graphic drivers again. Hi. Hope we are back. I hope we are also back on YouTube, and thank you very much for the follows, folks. Hi. Yeah, I am so sorry. My graphic drivers basically crashed twice. I don't know what they did. Like the newest drivers for NVIDIA, I don't know what they did. And thank you very much for the follow and welcome in, folks. Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue. It sucks. It really, really sucks. I'm so sorry for that. Let's just hope that doesn't happen again. Yeah. Very unfortunate. But let's go back to the game I want to talk about. So the first game we have on our list for the top 5 games of 2022, wow, I'm living in the future, for 2020, is a game which in my opinion has a lot of amazing gameplay, does everything right, and most importantly is one of the very first generation game or next generation games. And of course we are talking about Flight Simulator, or Microsoft Flight Simulator. Like, in my opinion, a game which really shows where we can go graphically. Yes, of course, the FPS is inexperience, to say the least, but it's a very demanding game, and when you were in the air, like, you don't even notice too much of it. Like, it gets better the moment you were in the air. Like, the only rocky start is when you were basically starting from an airport. Like, that's the thing where, well, where your FPS is going a little bit down the gutter. But in my opinion, Microsoft Flight Simulator did everything right it could do. Like, keep in mind that the last Microsoft Flight Simulator was basically in 2006, and a lot of people have a lot of fond of memories of the game. There are tons of mods out there, and it is still seen by a lot of flight fans as one of the best simulations. Right? So coming up with another amazing flight simulator by a studio who have never done that. Like, keep in mind, this studio, Absubo, who has made this, like, their last game they actually made was an action adventure. And what was the name with the rats? I always forget the name, even though I really enjoyed it last year. That was close. A Plague Tale: Innocence. There we go. Yeah, A Plague Tale: Innocence was their last game they made. And then they're coming out of nowhere with this game. And, like, they did a lot of crazy stuff, like the cockpit view. Then they used Bing Maps. Yeah, I know. Oh, Bing Maps. Right? But the detail of the cities is just absolutely, like, fascinating. Genuine question: is this a PC only list? No. Let's just say I have not played any of the PlayStation exclusives. So you could say that the games have to be available on PC too, but no, the games will be also available, or are already available, on other platforms. But they are not, like, PlayStation exclusives. Like, if you were looking for Ghost of Tsushima or The Last of Us or something like that, that will That will not happen. Yeah, that is unfortunately something which I cannot provide to answer that question. Yep. So, but I mean, Microsoft Flight Simulator is coming to Xbox next year. And some of the other games that were mentioned are already on Xbox and PlayStation or on Nintendo Switch. But yeah, there won't be any PlayStation exclusives on that list. But going back to Microsoft Flight Simulator, like, it's not just the graphics and how detailed the cities are. Like, that is definitely one of the things, and how detailed the cockpits are and how close they are actually to the simulation aspect of the game. But, like, one of the most insane things they're doing for Microsoft Flight Simulator is the weather. The weather is just crazy. Like, they are using actual weather data of the region you were in, and that you can fly into storms, tornadoes, and whatnot. It's just mind-boggling, right? Quick note here, Badass Magoo, we should be under Chit Chat, right? Oh, and crashed. Yeah, we should be under Chit Chat, which is exactly what should be right. If it's not under Chit Chat, then I don't know why it changed, because yeah, I'm not playing Flight Simulator right now. We are under Chit Chat, and that's actually where we should be. I hope so. If it changed, then I have to murder somebody. Yeah, the secondary is just like, yeah, I will not change the game every time. We are just like, I'm not even playing right now. Yeah, we on Chit Chat. Cool. Then we are in the right category. Yep, we are in the right category for that. Can't wait for the RTX patch. Yeah, with DLSS, this game would be pretty great. VR is also now available for the game, so they did put in a VR patch. So if you want to play this game in VR, then that is now available for you too. But I appreciate the help, Badass Magoo. I do appreciate that, thank you. But yeah, no, we are under the right category. We're good. So yeah, Microsoft Flight Simulator was definitely one of the first top 5 games of 2020. Because again, like, the things you can just do in this game, like, even if you are not like a flight fan, like, I will be honest, I am not a flight simulator geek. Like, I'm not a flight simulator geek. Totally not. My last flight simulator was, I think, Flight Simulator 1998. Right? And that was the last flight simulator game I played. That was the last thing. And then I never played another flight simulator. And then you were coming back to it, and it's just, whoa. So I'm actually, yeah. It's actually like really impressive what they did with this. Oh, thank you. Yeah. It's fine. It's only today. This is good to know for sure. But it's fine for today. Like, if it doesn't count into the category, like, But I would also feel like I wouldn't be honest. Oh wow, that was quick. I wouldn't be honest if I wouldn't be on the chit chat. I do appreciate that. Oh my god, my graphic drivers crashed again. What is going on, Nvidia? Nvidia, why are you doing this to me? Why are you doing this to me? Like, why are you crashing? Why are you crashing? Yeah, I do appreciate the help here. Yeah, sorry for the issues. I don't know why my graphic drivers are deciding to crash on me like that. I really have no clue. Yeah, thank you for the info. But I think it would be dishonest if it would be under another category right now, and it's only for today. So it's alright. Oh wow, wait a second. Did it? Yeah, we should be fine. Yeah, we should be fine. That's weird. I don't know why my thing is crashing. I really don't know. So that sucks. Let me see if I can actually... Yeah, my graphic drivers are crashing and I don't know why. Give me just a second here. This is of course very... No, it's not GPU, it's just the drivers are crashing when I'm opening up a video. It's not my GPU temperature. It's just when I'm opening up a video, my drivers are crashing. So whatever that is... It's trying to be a dick. Yeah. It's not great. Like the last drivers have been... It doesn't just happen today, it happened like the last few days for me. Or since I updated the drivers. So... Ugh. You know, let me see if this fixed it. Let me actually see if that fixed the issue. I hope it did.
Yet.
Shut up. I knew it that then ad will come up. Let's see, maybe it helps when I'm switching the browser. Let's see if that helps. All right, I think that helped. Yeah, it's okay. Like, if it doesn't count for Trover today, I'm okay with that. It's really just today. And again, I want to, it's okay. But thank you for all the people who pointed it out. Also, Hazardous, I see you have like all the Christmas stuff. Did you spend some money, Haz? Did you spend some money? Did you spend some money? Haz is like, oh my god, I can get hats? This is like Team Fortress all over again. I need that in my life. Alright, back to the top 5. But yeah, like really, Microsoft Flight Simulator is really something which impressed me. Like, it was really like one of the next gen games because it actually did things no other game did. And I'm not even talking about graphics. I'm talking about mapping the world 1-to-1. Like mapping the world 1-to-1 is just absolutely crazy, and then also having live weather data on your game is next level thing. Like, there is no other game who's doing that. And sure, you might even argue that, yeah, but do you need that? Sure, mapping the world 1-to-1 in a game like GTA, not necessarily, but think about it. Like, the weather in GTA would maybe change depending on where you live. And they are actually getting like live weather data. That is something which is really crazy. Oh yeah, because of my drivers crashed. Let me fix that. I'm so sorry. Okay, it's fixed. Sorry. Technical difficulties. Don't do that at home, folks. I'm a professional who is streaming for 4 years. I fixed that. So, like, for me, as somebody who has never really played flight simulators and who is not like a huge fan of Flight Simulator, I think that, and even this game captivated me. Like, when we did Fly Over My City, and we were literally flying over my house, right? Like, we were literally flying over my house, and we could like visit all the important buildings and whatnot. It's just fascinating. It is such a good game. Like, even if you normally don't play those games, you should check it out. It is on Game Pass. It's also coming to Xbox in 2021. They probably wanted to do some optimization. But yeah, like, saying that flight sim is not really your thing, like, normally it isn't my thing either. But they really did it so well, and there are tons of options you can do, right? Like, if you are not too much into simulations and you don't really want to think about like air gusts and weather and stuff, you can all deactivate that, right? Like, you can all deactivate that and say, F it, I can crash into buildings and I will not be getting destroyed. You could totally do that. Like, they're giving you so many options here, which is just fantastic. The tutorial is also very helpful. Like, again, it's a good game. There's a little bit of a caveat here. They have a lot of, well, I don't even want to call them microtransactions because they're clearly not micro, but they are having a lot of paid content coming directly also from the community. So people can basically add airplanes, airports, cities, and whatnot to give them more detail, and you have to pay for that. And the amount of money you have to pay is quite high, but you're also supporting community creators, right? Like, that's very important to note. Like, the money is not just going to Microsoft. They're actually going to modders and community creators inside the flight simulator community, and they are getting part of the money. Like, they already have like special airports, like what was the one we saw? Like some specific airport in the US, they have completely rebuilt in detail, and they asked $20 for it. And you might say, wow, that's a lot of money. Yeah, but that money is going to the creator and goes into their pocket. So I'm actually okay with that. Like, most of the content you will see in Flight Simulator is designed by the community. They have already updated Japan for free. They have upgraded the USA, like I think mid USA or something. So they are also updating the game for free and adding more stuff to it. So, great game. Definitely one of my top 5 games of 2020. Now, let's have another, shall we? And this one is going in a very different direction. It's a game which I think became big because of Corona as well. And that game is, well, let's just talk about it and let's show some gameplay. Fall Guys. Fall Guys is definitely one of those party games which just became big because a lot of people wanted to play something heartwarming, needed a party game in their life, and they couldn't really meet with their friends because of lockdowns. And especially in Europe, like the lockdowns were pretty hard, so people were looking for games they can just play with their friends. You know, sitting together at like 8 p.m. in the evening and play some silly games, having a good time together, because, well, the world outside is not so happy and rainbows. And this is one of the reasons why I think Fall Guys actually became as big as it is. But the gameplay is also fantastic. It's just silly fun. Yes, it's sometimes infuriating and you are like, oh, this game. And they had, unfortunately, some sync issues at the beginning. But Fall Guys is just nailing it with the Takeshi Castle environment. Like, they just nailed that. And they are also adding new content, not just skins, but this is, by the way, Season 3, which just came out 2 weeks ago? Yeah, this is Season 3. And those are the new maps which came in with the winter update, or Season 3. But it is just heartwarming fun. You know? You get smiles, you get laughs, you can watch it, you can play it. Like, it is one of those games where you don't really just want to play it or just want to watch. You can just jump in, play with your friends, play alone. And you will have a lot of competitive moments, but you also will have like a lot of like, lol, okay, that's fun, right? And they are still supporting the game. Like, as I said, it's super successful, but success is not what gets you on my top 5 list. Just because a game is successful, that doesn't mean that it gets on my list. But I think that the gameplay is simple enough, right? There's not much you really do. Like, yeah, sure, you can grab people, you can be a dick, or you are just walking and jumping most of the time. But the level design is so good that even the simplicity of what you can do is not really an issue. Because it's not really the character you have to master. It's not like in a fighting game, right? Where you have to learn like all the special combos, like up, down, left, right, X, Y, and something like that. But it's more about learning the level and get better at knowing what is coming at you. And then, of course, there is the huge chaos factor in the game where you have to deal with advertisements in the middle of that freaking video. Thank you very much for that. Why are we doing this? I don't know, but apparently YouTube think that is a good thing to do. Thank you. Dicks. I don't have an app lock on that browser. I was assuming that the browser was crashing my drivers, which would be bad. Sorry for that. Thank you, YouTube. So you saw some advertisement. Have fun. But no, back to the point. It's just like the chaos which happens thanks to also the other players is just pure joy. Like, sure, you're sometimes like really angry at what happens, and you are like, this is bullshit, or this is not happening, or no, what? I was so close. But it's never, you're never really long angry at the game. And yeah, the level design is just fantastic. I love the character design. They also managed to make a family-friendly design of the game without going with too many tropes. Like, when you look at Fortnite, right, where they always say like, oh, Fortnite is a kid-friendly game. I was like, is it really? Maybe it's teen-friendly, but it's not necessarily kid-friendly. There are a lot of like pop references in Fortnite. When Fall Guys, sure, there's Sonic, there's the Goose. There are definitely some references here and there, but it's not like something which is smashing you in the face. Speaking about smashing in the face, but it's not like right in the face. And Fall Guys just gave me a lot of fun hours, like a lot of silly hours, and I never felt bad about this game. Like, I really, really enjoyed this game. And it's fun. Alone, with friends. Oh, hey, Gaffer. Playing Cyberpunk. God damn it. But yeah. Fall Guys, especially for that price, it's worth it. And most of the costumes in-game you have to unlock by playing the game. Like, it's not like you have to, like, pay money for it. Sure, there are some skins you can buy for money, but most of the game, or most of the skins, is by playing the game. Which not a lot of games can actually say from themselves today. Right? Like, a lot of games nowadays are really just, hey, glad that you have bought this game, so it did cost this and this amount of money. Can I also show you the item shop? I was like, oh, right. Totally forgot about that. So how much money do you want from me? And again, Fall Guys doesn't really have that. Like 90% or 95% of all the skins are in-game items. And they're lovely. They're cute, they're fun, they're hilarious. And you never feel bad about it. It's a feel-good game. If you're looking for a feel-good game, this is the game. This is the game. Right here. So yeah, Fall Guys. Another fantastic game. All right. Oh yeah, man, give me just a second here. Give me just 1 second. I am. Just a second here. There we go. There we go. Sorry, I had to fix something very quickly. And now we can continue. Let's talk about game number 3 of the top 5 games of 2020. And it's a game which we haven't finished yet, but we have to. But nonetheless, we have played it already enough that I can say that Wasteland 3 is a fantastic game. Wasteland 3 is just fantastic. It's a really good RPG. Yes, it was kind of buggy at the beginning. Not gonna lie, it was rather buggy at the beginning. They fixed it relatively quickly, and it's now relatively bug-free. But here's the thing. Wasteland 3 was, when it was developed, an indie game by an indie studio, even though they are now owned by Microsoft. They were an indie studio. So there were definitely limits on how much time they had, how many resources they had, and they said it themselves that Microsoft bought them, and thanks to Microsoft buying them, they actually had far more time they could put into the game and even add a few features here and there. But man, Wasteland 3 is such an amazing game because it tries to be different than the other Wasteland games. Especially Wasteland 2 was not really a game I enjoyed. Believe it or not, I have played Wasteland 2, and after I played Wasteland 2, I was like, is this a game I could enjoy? I don't think so. Like, the combat became turn-based and more like XCOM-based, right? They made so many changes to a game that I would go even so far to say that Wasteland 3 is quite a departure in comparison to what Wasteland 2 and the Wasteland game were before. And I applaud them for that, because I think they nailed it. Like, there are tons of weapons there, tons of skill trees, tons of silly characters in the game, but which are also rather serious. Like, even though there is a lot of silliness to it, especially when you were looking at like the clowns in the game, like they're like super silly, but they are also super serious, right? The open world feels great. There's tons of stuff to do in the open world, and even the cities have multiple stories, multiple NPCs you can connect to, and sometimes it's silly stuff. Like, you're meeting an NPC at the beginning of the game, which is literally like, yeah, so I have a big problem here. My microwave is broken. Can you fix my microwave? Or like, what? Your microwave? Dude. What? We are in the middle of... What? What the heck? Or like, a little bit further down the road, you meet another NPC, and that NPC is coming to you and is like, yeah, so I would like to sell you stuff. I really would love to give you, like, buy things from you and sell things to you, but I can't go to my stall. And like, okay, what's the problem here? Oh, not a big deal, just a landmine. Wait, yeah, there's a landmine in my stall. Well, I mean, I have an explosive expert. I think we can actually do something about that. Or you were meeting this crazy character right at the beginning who's a prisoner in your main base, and he is crazy. Like, he's literally crazy. He's high on his own mushrooms, and there is something with a dead character there, and then you have to make the decision if you want to let this character free, right? There are so many decisions you have to make, and you feel like every time you are making a decision, it is meaningful. It actually does something. Not necessarily immediately, but maybe later down the line, it was a great decision, or it was a pretty shitty decision. Yeah, see you later, the fish pun lady. Yeah, the fish pun, I hate her. Like, there's so many great characters, and it feels like a Fallout game, that they did go back to the old Fallout games, and they recreated how Fallout 1 and Fallout 2 was actually. Like, the game is doing a really good job on that. And the music, oh my god, the music in that game. Like, if you haven't listened to the music yet, do it. Like, the music, it's already worth it. I think it's on Spotify. But they have some amazing soundtracks in the game. Like, oh, so good. Like, Wasteland 3 is just the Fallout game a lot of people wanted since Fallout 2. Like, if you were one of those people who believed that the path Bethesda took since Fallout 3 was not the right path and shouldn't have been the path in the first place, and they should have just stuck with the original Fallout game, this is it. This is the game you want to play. Yeah, they, like as I said, unfortunately it was kind of messy at the beginning, but they fixed like a lot of it. Like, I don't know how it plays on consoles though. That I cannot say. I haven't played it on consoles. So, like, it's definitely one of those games where I can see that this was mainly developed for PCs, and they were just like, nah, we're also bringing it on consoles. But yeah, but it's like, it's a good game. If you love deep RPGs with a learning curve, tons of decisions which are really meaningful and who can change not just the outcome of the game, but how the world is reacting to you. Like, one of the first, like, open world missions is basically a dilemma. Like, when you were getting into the open world, you have to make a decision. You can save a family at a farmhouse, or you can save a caravan. And you can decide which of the two you have to decide which of the two you want to save. And because of that, the world will react to you. Like, I decided to go with the caravan to get, like, also the power armor for the city, so that actually the city guards can now use power armor, which the city was super helpful. But all the people at the farm got murdered, and you can go to the farm afterwards. You can go to that farm, see that it basically got burned out completely and everyone got murdered. But one person survived. One person survived all of this. and that person is following you. They will follow you from now on, and they're hating you. They will attack you, they will try to make you suffer, and they will intervene with you whenever they can. Because they basically, well, think that it was your fault that their family got murdered. Because you made the decision that you don't want to help them, but you want to help the caravan. Like, they have so many meaningful decisions in that game. And again, if you like turn-based games like XCOM, this game is just great. And the voice acting is really good. Everything is voice acted. So you don't... Oh yeah, the Dorseys. They are kind of crazy. So, and it's also on Game Pass. You should definitely check it out. Like Wasteland 3. Another fantastic game. No question about that. And one of my top 5 games of 2020. So, yeah, the voice acting, like, I kind of felt like they they didn't utilize him as much as they could have. Yeah, that is really, really unfortunate. It really is. But let's talk about the top 4 game. And, well, the 4th game of 2020. And one of the games I haven't seen coming. This game wasn't on my list. If somebody would have told me at the beginning of 2020 that this game even makes the list, like even the consideration of the top 5 games of 2020, I would have laughed that person in the face. I would have said, nah. Why? This is not my gameplay. I normally don't play those games. Yeah, it looks repetitive, and it's like, oh, do I really want? Nah, this game will not make it. And well, it did, and I have nearly 100 hours in that game. Let's talk about Hades. Hades, like, the first thing you see is the art style, and it's very much the art style of the Supermassive games. Like, Supermassive games is always doing this kind of art style, which is super colorful and looks just amazing. And that is definitely like the first thing you see about Hades, and you are like, wow, this looks great. This looks awesome. Like, the animations are just slick. Like, you feel the weapon swing, you feel how it connects with the enemies. The music is fantastic. I haven't rocked out to music since Doom. Like, if there was like another game which came out this year where the music was excellent, was Doom Eternal, right? But Hades was just like another fantastic music game. And one of the things I just didn't expect was the story. It's a roguelike, right? Like, you were starting out with a character, you were getting stronger, and then you die and rinse and repeat. And I was like, okay, normally I don't play this, but it gives you so many options, and it really feels like every run is different and gives you meaningful character choices, and just keeps you interested. And the story is also keeping you going. Like, as I said, the story is really one of the things I didn't saw coming. Like, the story was like, oh yeah, alright, dude is trying to get out of the underworld, right? like Zagreus, which is the son of Hades, is trying to get out of the underworld. That's the shtick. Who was like, yeah, that's what you're doing because, well, he hates the underworld, he hates Hades, and he just wants to get out. And then the story is developing. No spoilers here, by the way. I will not spoil anything, don't you worry. But the story is developing, and you slowly realize, there is much more to it. There is much more to it than that. And the story really kept me going. Like, even if I had some bad runs and I didn't progress, like, that's also like one of the big things of Hades is just, even if you fail, even if you didn't progress, the game is not punishing you for it. On a story level. Like, it's not like, oh, well, yeah, you didn't manage to beat like the end boss again. I guess you are not getting anything this run then. That's not what the game does. The game is still giving you story bits. The game is still giving you more gameplay. Like, even after 30 hours in the game is like, oh, by the way, you want more gameplay? Wait, what do you mean with more gameplay? No, we are done, right? You already showed me everything you got. Oh no, this is just the beginning. Let me show you more. And it's like, what? There is more? Oh yeah, don't get me wrong, like the big story steps are happening when you win, right? But it never leaves you out to dry. Like, it's never like, oh yeah, you just wasted 40 minutes of your time. Well, good luck next time. But there's at least like, you have met more characters, you talk to the characters again, they are giving you some information, or things are happening, right? Like, there's always something going on. And this game feels like it never ends. And I said it before, I bought this game for $15 when it released, because it was like on a 20% sale or something like that. And I feel like I cheated the developer. I have now 100 hours in this game, and I feel like I cheated Supermassive Games on their money. It's just crazy. I also love that you can upgrade your house, right? The house of Hades. Like, you can change like how it looks. You are upgrading not just the looks, but also like gameplay elements you can add, and so on and so forth. Like, there's so much content in this game for the amount of money you are paying for it, which is just crazy. And it is actually, I'm not like the biggest fan of roguelikes. Like, I'm not hating them, I have played enough of them. But how can I explain this? This game feels like it takes the roguelike and actually tries to be something different with it. Even if I would have paid 25, I would be okay with it. But no, it's just like, this game is taking the roguelike formula and actually tries different things with it and succeeds on that. Like, upgrading your house, making your house look different, upgrading the story, getting more gameplay elements. Like, it never feels like out of the left field. I never had a moment where I was like, why is this here? Why? Who thought this would fit? Like, even the fishing part. Even the fishing part, it's like fishing in the underworld. I guess that makes sense. Like, it makes somewhat sense. And yeah, if you like, again, it feels great, it sounds great, it looks great, the story is amazing, the voice acting is great. Like, I didn't find a single thing about this game not to like. Not a single thing. And that's rare. There's always something I'm like, they could have done this a little bit better. This is not as great as it could have been. But I never found that in this game. I never found that. Yeah, well, sure, there was this one bug where the end boss was basically like shooting through the cover. Like, there was one of the moments where I was like, no, and I lost. I lost that fight because that attack was going through the cover, and I was like, oh my god, why? Why are you doing this? That was like a one-time moment, and I was like, that was annoying. But that was the only time where I was really annoyed at the game. But beyond that, yeah. Hades, again, if you haven't played Hades, you should. It's worth it. It's absolutely worth it. Ha! There's Dionysus. Ooh. Like, I'm not into men, but that dude. That dude, like those abs. Whew. Whew. But yeah, like Hades is definitely one of those games where I can safely say, if you haven't checked it out yet, you should. I might be into men. No, I'm not. But Dionysus bro. Diona bro. I don't know. He's just a bro, man. You know, he's the guy I would hang out with, and then we would just see what happens. I love Dionysus. Like, he is just such a great character. He is such a great character. For sure. Mm-hmm. All right. So that leaves us with the top 5, or the last game of the top 5 list. And it's another game I didn't expect. Because how can I put this? I assumed it would be very much another game of the series. Tiny Hi, no, it's not Tiny. Hi, Tiny. It's not Tiny. Tiny is amazing, but she is not a game, so she doesn't count. Say it's the pony game? That would be a bit weird. No, of course, we all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Cyberpunk 2070. Wait, I'm getting a message. What? It's not Cyberpunk. Oh, so it's not Cyberpunk. Okay. Sorry, I just got a message. It's not Cyberpunk. It's actually Crusader Kings 3. Yes, it's Crusader Kings 3. A game which looks like a strategy game, but after 1 or 2 hours of playing, you realize very quickly it's an RPG. It's basically a Dungeons and Dragons game. That's what it is, because every playthrough is different. Every character is different and changes depending on the choices you make along the way. Yeah, sure, you're waging some war here and there. Yeah, sure, you have to manage your kingdom, so there's definitely a strategy component to it. But the choices you make are so much more important than the kingdom management. Because you design your own character. You have your own stats. You have your strengths, your weaknesses. And everyone around you is reacting. And I was actually worried about this game. I know Paradox games, especially when they are releasing. There are a lot of gameplay elements here you have already seen in the previous game. Like, keep in mind, this is the 3rd game, and Crusader Kings 2 has been running for years and is still getting expansions. So I was very much worried a little bit about what can they do with Crusader Kings 3? Where can they go with it? And surprise, surprise, they actually managed to do that. They actually managed to go new ways. They did go more into the direction of actually treating Crusader Kings as an RPG, as basically a Dungeons and Dragons, where the game is the dungeon master, where you and the other players, or well, NPCs, are making decisions on a daily basis. And depending on your decisions, they can be good or they can be absolutely horrible. And just because you are making bad decisions, that doesn't really mean it's the end. It just means that the game is now reacting. Like, hey, I'm trying to murder that person. Oh well, that person didn't get murdered, and the person found out I was trying to murder them. That isn't the end. That might be the beginning of something completely crazy unfolding. Because the game, aka the Dungeon Master, is now reacting to that and spinning a new tale. And there are so many crazy moments. Like, a friend of mine started out in Germany, right? We were all following a king, so we were a barony, right? And he was in the north, I was in the south. Our king died. The kingdom did split up. I was now in the kingdom of Bavaria, and he was in the kingdom of something, I don't know, like North Germany or something. And we became enemies. And then we slowly fought for our independence. And then we slowly started to take over like North and South Germany, but also the other countries around us reacted, the other characters reacted. There you can, by the way, see the talent trees. You can slowly unlock for all your characters. And every time like your leader is dying, things change drastically. Because, yeah, sure, your first character might be good, like this one, in the martial lifestyle. Like, he's pretty good at warmongering and fighting. But your next character might be really good in seduction. And, well, using a dagger to fall into people 20 times. And that can help you in a really big way. And there's something Crusader Kings 2 didn't really have, like the talent trees. And again, I was really afraid that it would be a shallow experience when it comes out, because unfortunately Paradox Games love to do that. They love to release games with gameplay features where you're like, yeah, okay, this might make sense later on, or this might make sense with an expansion, and then an expansion is coming out who is adding a new gameplay element which is finally connecting with the previous gameplay element, and you're like, oh, this makes sense. But you always had to wait for those expansions till sometimes like that happened. And you thankfully don't have that in Crusader Kings 3. Like, there isn't not a single gameplay feature where it was like, okay, there's an expansion coming later down the line. Like, this is clearly a gameplay element where there is a DLC coming for it. I didn't have that. And that's amazing. It was also relatively bug-free. Like, that is also a rarity. Like, Paradox games at the beginning are unfortunately relatively buggy from now and then. Like, I'm not gonna lie, they can be slight a mess. But if you like RPGs and you like the idea of Dungeons and Dragons, that every playthrough is different, this game is for you. Yeah, there is a management aspect to it. Yes, there is an army aspect to it, that you wage war and you have to control your armies. Totally. Like, yeah. But it is at heart an RPG where your party is your family. And even inside your family, there can be issues. Like, actually, one of my family members tried to murder me because they wanted the throne. Like, actually, one of my family members was like, hey, dude, so that throne you're sitting on, you have been sitting on that for quite a few years. How about you were leaving a little bit earlier? Yeah. One of my own kids. One of my own kids tried to F me off. I'm like, cool, well, thanks. And then you, of course, can make the decision. Do you want to throw them in jail? Like, do you? Is that a good idea? Oh my god, this is old school. Yeah, you were not choosing a focus anymore. This is a little bit older. But yeah, it's just... I think they did a fantastic job with this game. And I loved it. I love it so much. And yes, it's also on Game Pass. Another game which is on Game Pass. Crazy. But Crusader Kings 3, really, really good. So, that was the top 5 games for me on 2020. Now, I said there is another top game, a +1, right? But I didn't want to make it the top 6 games. I want to basically make it its own thing. And there's a reason for that. Well, first, let me drink something. And the sixth game is not really a game. It's the Game Pass. Yes, Xbox Game Pass. That is basically the sixth top 5 thing of 2020. Xbox Game Pass. Because Xbox Game Pass literally became the Netflix of gaming. And the value you are getting out of it is just absolutely insane. You are getting so many amazing games out of it. Like 3 out of 5 games are on the Xbox Game Pass from the top 5 games. And they're adding more and more games to it. Like all the Bethesda games will now be on Xbox Game Pass. Like, if you are looking for something which is real value, it's the Game Pass. And no, it's not Cyberpunk. I was actually thinking, we will talk about that in a minute, but yeah, like Game Pass, it's one of those things where I would go so far to say Game Pass is becoming a must-have. Game Pass is becoming a must-have. Like, if you love to check out new games, indie, AAA, like some obscure games here and there, some actually really amazing games, Game Pass is the way to go. And that goes for the PC version and the console version. If you have the console or if you have a PC, of course, right? And it's just amazing. Like, no other service is giving you so much value for the money you are paying. Like, Game Pass is definitely, in my opinion, one of the must-haves of 2020 and even beyond that. Because it seems like Microsoft is really committed with that. Not as like they were committed with Mixer. But it seems like they're really committed with Game Pass. And they're just adding more and more. And sometimes there are moments where you're like, this game is actually fun. Wait, is this on Game Pass? Oh, it is! Okay, well, easy choice here. Or there are moments where you're like, wait, this game is on Game Pass? What? Right? Like, it's really crazy what they are offering you. And I think they have like a Christmas thing going on where you can get like Game Pass Ultimate for 3 months for like $1 or something like that. Like, I think in the UK it's 33 what is it called? 33, not pounds. Not pounds. What is the other currency? The lower currency under pounds? Cents? No, it's not cents. You have something weird. Look, I'm not using the British currency. I'm not like a user of the British pound, so please forgive me. But you can get it like for under £1 for 3 months right now. Shilling? Is it shilling? Really? Is it shilling? I had shilling in my head. Pence? No, shilling? It was not shilling. No. It's pence? It's a pence. Damn it. British people, where are you? God damn it. Drachme. Ah, no. that's more like Greek. Pence. Thank you. Yeah, you can get it for like 33 pence for like 3 months right now. And it's like, wait, what? Xbox Game Pass Ultimate for 3 months for 33 pence? Am I reading this right? Absolutely crazy. I mean, here's the thing. I think Microsoft once explained it. They could have given it for free, right? Get your first 3 months for free. But like studies have basically shown that people think that they really made a great deal if they are just buying it for a super low amount, right? Like that's actually the idea behind all of this. So yeah. But it's like crazy, and it works. So yeah, Game Pass is the +1 for my top 5 games of 2020. Like again, if you like to check out games, it's such a good deal. Like there's nothing better out there. So impressive. Now, folks, let's talk about the shittiest company of 2020. And we would give it the brownish turd molehill. Yeah, the turd hill. That's what we are giving the shittiest company every year. We started that, I think, 3 years ago. And well, I actually put it in as a fun last minute category, but became basically a thing which stayed, which is unfortunately. And before we jump into this, I would take a quick bio break because I really have to go to the toilet and have to grab something new to drink. And then we're doing the shittiest company of 2020. So see you in about 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes. So be quick about it. And then we will do this. See you then. Boop. Alright folks, I'm back. Thank you so much for waiting. Boop. Hi, I'm back. By the way, we are also live on Trovo. I posted the link in the chat. It's trovo.live/chaosmole. And yeah, if you want to support me there, you can follow me there. And we talked about Trovo quite a bit at the beginning of the stream. But yeah, don't forget to follow. I would appreciate that. And also, you are helping me by watching the stream. Well, not today, because today we are on the chit chat, and that is apparently not counting. That's weird. But yeah, if you want to support me financially in the future, you can totally do that on Trovo by just watching. So if you want to have open another tab, I wouldn't say no to that. But yeah, so back to the topic. Back to the shittiest company of 2020. And man, you know what's the worst part about this? There shouldn't be a lot of competition. It should be so easy for me to take a look back at this year. Just go down this year and be like, there it is. There it is. That is the shittiest company of the year. Plain and simple. But no, apparently game developers and publishers decide that this is a category they want to compete in. And I was just like, oh my god, why? Like, why? Why are you trying to compete in that segment? This is a segment you don't want to end up with. And nobody wants to compete about. But the gaming industry is like, yeah, let's do that. Let's compete about the shittiest thing, yeah. And Legend, thank you very much for the follow as well. I do appreciate that. Thank you. It's just, oh, why are you doing this to me? Why? So, it was rather rough. Like, it was a very, very close decision. I first had on the list, well, CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk. That was my first thought, and it was actually definitely something which I thought about, but not because of the game itself, because of all the other bullshit they pulled. Then remembered myself how bad Ubisoft had it this year with the sexual allegations, with some of the games they released, right? Rainbow Six, what is it? Special Squad or something, where they basically use the symbols and stuff of the Black Lives Matter movement. Like, Ubisoft was so close, so close to take it, and I was like, was there a company, Elite Squad? Thank you, Sakura. Yeah, for Elite Squad. And what was the other one? There was another game where they just screwed it up with. They did something else. Then, of course, they added microtransactions like XP boost and whatnot to Assassin's Creed Valhalla just last week. Like, Ubisoft was very close to getting the award this year. Like, really close. But I was like, was there a company who actually did worse than Ubisoft? And I was like, yeah, of course. How could I forget about it? Well, because it's not necessarily a game publisher or a developer, but it has something to do with that. And the brownish Turd Mole award goes to Twitch. Congratulations, Twitch. You earned it. Like, even after all the bullshit Ubisoft pulled, even after all the bullshit now with Cyberpunk, you made it worse. Because, you know, CD Projekt Red, we will see what happens with them. But it was only like this incident now where they basically have to fix like all of the things. Like CD Projekt is fixable. Ubisoft, yeah, sexual allegations. But at least they are trying to clean up. Sure, Yves Guillemot is still there, and I'm pretty sure he knew about all of the bullshit. Even though he says, no, I didn't. It's like, come on, they were your buddies. They were also close, like, work friends and whatnot. You knew about it. But at least they are trying to fix their shit. Twitch is not even aware of the bullshit they are doing. Twitch is pretending as everything they have been done in the last months is going just after a plan. I was like, no. And we had literally months where we had like a new Twitch fail every week. Like Monday or Tuesday, I could sit here and be like, all right, it's Monday and Tuesday, or Tuesday. Let's see what Twitch is coming up with. Something will happen today. And boom, end of the day, Twitch was screwing it up. And it's just, how? How, Twitch? And let's be real. Like, harboring still sexual harassment and assault people. And be like, no, that's fine. Like, banning people who basically spread their vagina for multiple minutes on stream and then only getting like banned for 3 days. But a mother who's going AFK for 10 minutes to get something out of the kitchen and the kid is coming in and is standing in front of a camera, that person is getting banned for life. It's like, what are you drinking? Then, of course, the whole bullshit with the music industry, with the DMCA, where they're like, yeah, just delete everything. Like, just pretend you never make any content on our platform and it disappears immediately. That's not help, Twitch. You're not helping a content creator. You're destroying their livelihood just because you don't want to pay, or you're not allowed to pay, the music industry. Or as you say it, yeah, it's really tough to find like a common ground here with the music industry. Like, nobody has ever done that. Well, besides of YouTube. Oh well, besides of Facebook gaming. But nobody has ever done that. And it's just, no. Like with the ad thing, where you tested ads in the middle of the stream, and then people were outraged and you were like, oh yeah, we totally listened, we heard the feedback, we would just deactivate this for 2 weeks and then we will activate it again and then it would just be permanently live and bam, what are you gonna do about it? Twitch, it really makes me suffer a little bit that I would be maybe right. Like I always said, if there's one streaming website out there who can actually beat Twitch It's Twitch themselves. And for me, Twitch has made it clear in the last few months that they don't care for the content creators. They don't even acknowledge the content creators. Like, you might say that YouTube has pulled also some very questionable stunts over the years. But at least they're acknowledging that content creators are their lifeblood, and without the content creators, there would be nothing. And again, they pulled those stunts over the years. Right? Twitch just did this over the months and weeks even. And they are still behaving as if the content creators would just disappear from the platform. So what if? Who cares? It's just content creators. We don't need them. You know, people who are creating live content on a live streaming platform. It's like... who needs them, right? Yeah, that's also a thing. We only need a top dozen people, and then we're good. Like, Twitch is a shit show, internally and externally, and I really mean it. I wouldn't be surprised if Twitch is shutting down, because it's owned by Amazon. And where Mr. Jeff Bezos has showed one thing is he's shutting down things when he is getting annoyed. It's not so much about the money every time, even though that's definitely a point. But if a company doesn't make the money and also annoys him, he's just shutting it down. He doesn't care. And why would he? I mean, that dude is rich, slightly. And the rest of Amazon is making enough money. So, like, Twitch... Like, I feel like that Twitch as a company itself is annoyed about Twitch. Like, when they had the town hall 2 weeks ago, and basically every person who was speaking at that town hall was just annoyed of themselves. That is never a good sign. When everyone's like, oh yeah, we are really trying our best here. Yeah, we already found some solutions for our streamers. Just delete everything. It's the solution, and we will give you more tools, which will allow you to delete even more stuff. How much time do... What? I still have to speak for 2 minutes? Can I just end here? I don't have anything to say anymore. I just told them, like, delete everything. I still have to talk for 2 minutes? Oh, okay. Content creators, just look, don't play music, okay? Just don't have sound on your stream. It can't be that tough, man. Just have no sound whatsoever on your stream, improvise. And, I mean, if you don't like it, just leave. If you don't like it, just leave. 2 minutes are over? Cool, because I will leave now. Have a good one, bye. Like, how can you be so annoyed of yourself? It's just, yeah. Twitch earned this Turd Hill this year. They have worked hard for it. They have worked really hard for the brownish Turd Hill. And they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it. Like, yeah. You know, if they would at least give their very best for the content creators, like they're failing, they're making mistakes, they're in a bad spot, because they really did fight for their content creators, I would have said, okay, like, you at least tried to get the best deal for your content creators. Like, you did mistakes, but in the end you had your content creators in mind. But everything you have been doing in the last few months was not for your content creators. It was for yourself. And it was for Daddy Amazon. And it's just where I have to say, yeah, it's just a paradox for me. That basically the people who make the money on the platform are the people they care the least for. I was like, how does this work? Like, they are your money makers. Like, if they don't bring in the money, then your whole business doesn't exist. So why are you working so hard against the people who make your money? I have never seen that before. So yeah. Unfortunately, Twitch earned and deserved this. And yeah. Again, it's like, yeah. It's just unbelievable. Like, I just hope that next year we don't have that many contenders for the shittiest company of the year. Like, I really hope so. Like, the amount of contenders this year was just too much. And I hope we don't have that next year. But in the end, it's the gaming industry we are talking about. And as I said before, I think 2020 was also a chance for the gaming industry, that people are finally looking at it and they are like, hey, there seems to be something going wrong in that industry. And it becomes more and more clear that affects gameplay. That it affects the game I'm looking forward to. And I think Cyberpunk has showed that very clearly. That decisions who have been made on a C level, right, on a suit level, affected directly my gameplay. And that you cannot just ignore things which are happening inside the company anymore. Sure, you might argue this has been going on for many years, and Cyberpunk is not the first game, nor will it be the last. And you're absolutely right. But a lot of people have ignored that willfully. Because a lot of people have always said, I just want my game, man. Give me my game. I don't care about anything else. Give me my game. Sure, developers have shitty jobs. Crunching, getting abused from the fans and their own co-workers. Not my problem. As long as I'm getting my game, as long as the game is good, I don't give a damn. That was what a lot of people basically did over the years. And as I said before, like, I'm not saying that you are not allowed to not enjoy a game just because the workers got, like, the short end of the stick. But especially Cyberpunk has showed that the bigger a game becomes and the more ambitious the game is, the higher is the chance that those bad working conditions will interfere with that. I mean, look at Hades. one of my top 5 games of this year. Like, everything on Hades is just perfect. And it was completely developed without crunch. There was no crunch whatsoever in that company. There was no crazy plans on when the game has to be released. How many hours people have to work. Like, that they basically have to forsake their family. Like, and it's a perfect game. Because it's a creative process. And I said it before, like, putting pressure on a creative job, especially for months and maybe even years, that never ends well. That never ends well. Like, I mean, it doesn't end well in any job, creative or not. Like, when somebody is telling you you're working for 8 hours a day, and then in truth you're working for 10 to 12 hours a day for the next 2 years, well, at some point you're just like jumping out, right? But in the gaming industry, it was always excused for, well, but then after the release, you know, developers have more time. Yeah, because they got fired immediately after they were done with the game. So, as I said before, I really enjoy Cyberpunk for what it is as a game. But everything around it, I'm not okay with. That the creators or the founders of CD Projekt have basically lied. Like, this is also something people finally have to call out publishers and game developers on. The lying. Lying has been going on in this industry for decades, and it has to stop. I know the gaming industry is building on expectations and is selling on expectations. Like, Cyberpunk has sold 13 million copies already. 13 millions. Even in the state it's in. Can you believe that? Because it was built on expectations. But people finally have to call out lies. Like, it's not okay in any part of your life to get lied on. And it's definitely not okay when you buy a product. So, yeah. I think 2020 was a chance for game developers and publishers that people finally look at the development and they look a little bit closer about what is actually going on there. And it is needed that that is happening. So, good. Not that it happened. Like, we shouldn't be there in the first place. But we are there now. And it is needed. Now, that was 2020. Let's have a quick look at 2021 and what games to expect. Like, 2021 will definitely be interesting. Not just with the games which are coming out, but also like how the gaming and streaming industry is changing. Like, again, 2021 will be definitely another interesting year. So the first game on our list, or one of the games I'm really looking forward to, is Hitman 3. I enjoyed the other two Hitman games. I have hundreds of hours in Hitman 1 and 2. And I'm really looking forward to Hitman 3. Like, Hitman 3 is definitely one of those games. And I'm also curious to see how the story ends. Like, I'm actually curious about that. But yeah, Hitman 3 is one of the first big games from me, for me at least. I'm looking forward to that here. There's also the Yakuza Remastered Collection coming by the end of January, but that's like a given. It's just like how it is, right? Like, we would check it out. The next big game for me, even though I already have the feeling it would just be mediocre, is Outriders. The game by People Can Fly and Square Enix, which is basically their Destiny. But what they have shown so far from Outriders, and how often they try to make clear that this is not like another live service game, I'm hopeful. I'm actually hopeful that that's the case. Like, this is not just another Anthem. This is just not another Destiny. And most importantly, not another Anthem. And not another Marvel Avengers. No. No. I don't need another Marvel Avengers. Or an Anthem. Like, seriously. Keep that to yourself. Don't need that. Nope. Ooh. Of course, we don't really know when that is coming out, besides of the first quarter of 2021. Evil Genius 2. Yes, one of the games I'm really looking forward to. Like, Evil Genius 2 is really like one of those games where I'm like, oh my god. Like, I'm really, really hyped for Evil Genius 2. Like, it looks so good. Like, it already looks like the game I have been waiting for. Right? So, I want that. And yeah, Evil Genius 2. Like, that is like the third game on my list. Then in May, we don't have a lot of games coming out in the first half. Well, like a lot of big games. But in May, we definitely have Deathloop, which is the new game by Arcane Studios and published by Bethesda. And looks kind of interesting. Like, I'm really curious. It seems to be like a roguelike game. And I'm interested to see what the story is. Like, they have explained the story so far, right? Dude is in a time loop, tries to kill their targets in one day, and you will fail quite a bit. But I wonder if there is more to the game. A little bit like Hades does, right? Like, Hades at the beginning is very much, this is what to expect. And then it opens up. So, yeah, Deathloop is definitely one of the games I'm looking forward to. Well, Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 is coming out this year. Well, 2021. You know what I mean. I always love the Sherlock Holmes games. I love to play them, and I'm looking forward to the new one, so that's cool. But besides that, what other big game? Oh yeah, I wonder if the Hogwarts Legacy is also coming out that year. You know, the Harry Potter game where you're creating your own character, and it's more like an open world-esque game. Oh, you like the new Siberia game? Nice. Yeah, I saw it on Twitter that you were actually kind of happy about it. I saw that on Twitter. But besides that, I think those are the big games for now. I mean, there's the remake of Pharaoh, but I don't know really when that is coming out, and we will see how good that really is. Oh boy. All the Secret Siberia fans coming out of nowhere in the chat. What is going on here? Oh my god, did you say Siberia? Oh my god, there's a new one. Oh my god, wait, there's a demo. It's like, what? Where is that coming from? I have never played the Siberia game. Yeah. I've never played the Siberia games. Oh boy, I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have said that. That was a bad idea, I admit. I shouldn't have said that. You know which game? Oh yeah, also another game I'm definitely looking forward to is Shadow Warrior 3. How could I forget about that? I'm definitely looking forward to Shadow Warrior 3. I love the first one, I love the second one. And I'm looking forward to the third one. Like, we would definitely do a full playthrough of Shadow Warrior 3. Like, you can bet on that. Like, the moment it will be available, bam. I will not get it early. I can already tell you that. Because unfortunately, the people who are doing the PR for Devolver, yeah. Let's just say we are not on the best terms. No. But yeah, definitely Shadow Warrior 3. That's on my list. You know which game I would love to put on the list? You know which game I would love to put on the list? Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. I would really would love to put that on the list. But I will be honest, I don't want to. Because I don't know when that game is coming out, if that ever comes out, and to be honest, in which state it's coming out. Age of Empires 4? I don't know if Age of Empires 4 is coming out next year. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I would love to, but I do not know if that is actually coming out. Yeah. Settlers. Oh, we haven't heard anything of Settlers for like over a year, so let's not. Yeah. I mean, Resident Evil 8 is definitely a game I'm looking forward to. That's another game I'm actually looking forward to. Yeah, that was pretty good. Actually, I enjoyed Resident Evil 7, so I'm looking forward to 8. Let's not. Yeah, let's not. Like, with Vampire the Masquerade. Let's just say, when it comes out, I will take a look at it, and then we will see. That's the only thing I have to say about it. That's it. Alright, but those are so far the games I'm really looking forward to. It's kind of fascinating that the games I might have or might had on my list for last year are not the games at all I've been actually enjoying in 2020. Like, I didn't have Crusader Kings 3 on my wow list. I didn't had Hades on that list. Wasteland 3, yeah, I definitely had Wasteland 3 on my list. I didn't have Microsoft Flight Simulator on my list. And, well, Fall Guys, no, I didn't. I mean, I had it on my I'm looking forward to it list, but definitely not on my top 5 lists or anything. So, as basically every year, the games which really surprised me the most were the games which were not announced, or were low-key announcements, where you just thought, oh yeah, we'll definitely check it out when it comes out, and then we will see where it goes. Those were actually the games where I was like, whoa, this was cool. Like, I hate to say it a bit, but the big blockbuster games with like a lot of PR budget, I'm more and more getting the feeling that those games actually need the budget. Like the PR budget, because they're mostly mediocre, or something like let me give you an example. Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I actually was thinking about Assassin's Creed Valhalla for like a minute. And I was like, I enjoyed that game. I have to play more of it. But it's basically the same procedure as every year. Sure, they added some neat little features here and there, but is it really that big of a different game? Not really. Like, it's still Assassin's Creed since the reset of Assassin's Creed with Origins. And that doesn't mean that it is a bad game. It just means it's not the game which is making it on the list. It doesn't innovate. It doesn't try to do anything different. Yeah, it's a checklist game. It's like, good graphics, check. Open world, check. Assassin's Creed, check. RPG, check. Some fun mini games, check. Okay. And the story is, yeah, whatever. Like, so far the story has not wowed me in any shape or form. Immortal Phoenix Rising is really the game, like, if you could never really get used to Breath of the Wild, or you just don't have a Switch, like, Immortal Phoenix can actually provide that. Yeah. but it's also very close to what Assassin's Creed is. Like, sure, at least they have more in it, but it's still very much like good-looking graphics, check. Open world, check. RPG, check. Boring story, check. Like, you know, I really hope that this year's Ubisoft games, like Watch Dogs, oh god, Watch Dogs, ooh. Assassin's Creed, Immortals Phoenix Rising, that those were the last Ubisoft games which were still developed by the old system Ubisoft had for decades, and that they are finally starting to take some risks. Oh yeah, I heard about Chicken Police. Believe it or not, I actually had my eye on it, Danny. Do you feel the games like Soul? Yeah, I think the games are getting, like, most of the Ubisoft games are getting produced nowadays because of they want to produce a product. They don't really want to produce this game because they really want to produce it, but they want to do it, well, they have to do it because somebody in suit is coming in and is like, hey folks, like last year's Assassin's Creed really made a lot of money. We need this year's Assassin's Creed to do the same thing again. Like, I don't, like, just release it again. Like, those games are just getting produced. Not because the developers are really wanting to make those games, but because the company wants to make those games because they make them a lot of money. Like, well, let's say Hades is a game where you just feel that every single developer who worked at this game wanted to make this game. This is the game, they were in on it, and they wanted to create this. For Assassin's Creed, for years now, Watch Dogs the same thing, and like even Immortals Phoenix Rising, they probably looked at, they asked Google, like, hey Google, what are the gameplay features a lot of people between the age of 12 and 21 love? And then they get Zelda Breath of the Wild, Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty. And in their heads, it's like, okay, how can we make this work? Breath of the Wild, let's take the graphics and the fun and some of the gameplay elements. Okay, Assassin's Creed, we have that. Yeah, we can just put that in. Call of Duty. Let's put a bow in. Okay. Fortnite. The other game is Fortnite. Shit. Building, and cartoon graphics. Okay, we can put that in. That's fine. Okay, I think we have a checklist. Let's just smash that together. Like that's basically how those game processes feel nowadays. And then it doesn't help that you are finding out that like 600 people worked in the game because they outsourced. When the game was basically done, they outsourced the game to India or Asia or whatever, where like 600 people just hammering the game together. You know? That's like, it's like, you know, when basically the art of game production changes from an artist trying to create art to people standing in front of a conveyor belt and just putting the parts together. And the parts are already pre-produced. It's a bit like a car, you know, when they're putting a car together. Like all the parts are coming in pre-produced, and then on a conveyor belt or whatever, they are just putting the parts together. And none of the cards are unique. Sure, they drive, that's their purpose, right? They drive you from A to B, that's the purpose of a car. But they're going down the check mark of that car. They make sure that all the parts are in, that all the parts work, and then that car drives you from A to B. And that is what I sometimes feel like game production is slowly becoming in big studios. It's not really about the artistic vision anymore. It's not really about like people coming together who really want to create something, but a company who says, look folks, it's 2021. Like the last car we produced in 2020 has sold really well. Let's do it again. But this time, we add another side door. Or we change the headlights. I know, it's risky to change the headlights. Headlights? I know it's risky, but we can do it. And that's how it feels. Like the car stays the same. And the only thing they're basically changing is the design, trying to use like a new paint, or, well, as I said, like using the headlights or changing that up. That's basically where the gaming industry is moving right now. Well, not the whole gaming industry, parts of it. Like big companies just put together a car, making sure the car is driving from A to B, and then they are changing the paint, the headlights, or whatever for next year. And they sell it as the new car. And that works, but it doesn't really have anything to do with the artistic vision anymore. That was one of the reasons why Anno 1800 was actually a Ubisoft game I really loved, because you could feel that this was not just a project where they hammered together the same game again, just changing the headlights and changing the paint, but it seems like that the developers were really on one page on this. They wanted really to do something different this time. They were okay with taking risks. And they loved that game. They really wanted to create this game and not had to create it. So, like, it's not like that those big teams cannot make games. I'm not talking about the size. I don't think that the size is really like an issue, giggity. It's always about the size. No, jokes aside, like, it's not like, oh yeah, this team has 400 people. They cannot make like a labor of love, right? They cannot create a game. Like, no, that's not what I'm saying. But I think that they are teams inside a developer or inside of a publisher who are just there to create that game because they have to. Because they have to reach a quota for next year. And that is something I really don't like. So, yeah. And especially Ubisoft has been fallen for that particular issue. So I hope now that they made all the changes in the leadership, we're actually getting now some games where people really came together and said, let's do this game, and not just go down a list. Yeah. All right. With that said, we are done with a look at the future of gaming. It will be an interesting year, like most certainly, and we will see where it goes. But 2020 has been a turbulent year, to say the least, and we will see what 2021 is bringing. When it comes to streaming, well, we have talked about it. We will now stream here on YouTube, but we will also stream on Trovo. So if you want to follow me on Trovo, definitely make sure to do that there. I can actually post the link again if you haven't already. That's the link right there. If you want to jump over there and throw me a follow, which is actually like we talked quite a bit about Trovo. Like, Trovo is very close to what Mixer is, like especially when it comes to features. Like if you're looking at Trovo and the features they have, it's like, Mixer? Is that you? But 20 followers is giving me the option to monetize my channel. So that certainly helps. And there's also a way with the partner program and how they are doing it. So every month they're basically choosing the top 500 streamers with the most viewing hours, not followers, not the most viewers, but the most viewing hours, put them into a category, and then they pay the money. They pay the money, and not a bad amount. So if you want to support me over there, and you are like, well, I can basically support Mole with money by just watching him, then you might want to open a tab on Trovo. But we will also stream there at the same time, and we will see how that goes. But as I said before, YouTube is still the main focus for me. I will focus on a few games, gaming news, and certain topics I want to talk about when it comes to certain games and gaming stuff. There won't be a lot of Let's Plays. Like most of the Let's Plays you will see will still be completely happening in my stream. We will still have our gaming news. That doesn't change. Like, gaming news is still happening before we play video games, where we are just coming together, talk a little bit, then talk about the gaming news, and then we are playing video games. So nothing changes the name. And yeah, folks, even though 2020 was a tumultuous year, troublesome year, let's use troublesome. I wanted to thank you for the support you gave me by watching, for being here, talk to me. Like, you know, support, like a lot of people, when I say support, think about money. What I mean with support is just hanging out with me, playing some video games, talking about all the bullshit which is happening in the video game industry from time to time, and coming together, having fun. Like, I really, really appreciate that you are spending a little bit of your time here every day, or some people a lot of time here every day. I appreciate that also. Like, thank you very much. And even though 2020 was tough, it was tough for a lot of people. And I hope that 2020 will be better. I will certainly give my best to entertain you as much as possible. I will be back with planned streams next week on Monday. That is the 4th. Yeah. The 4th of January, 2021. I might still do some unplanned streams, like something cyberpunk or something like that. That will still happen. But my official stream, 8 AM EST, is happening next week on Monday, here on YouTube or on Trovo, depending on where you watch. I appreciate you nonetheless. I hope you have a fantastic new year. Stay safe, stay healthy, wear a mask, I know you can do it, and, well, I hope that 2022 will be amazing for you too. Yeah, especially after 2020. So with that said, folks, I'm out of here. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you next year. Have a good one, everyone. And again, stay healthy. Till then, bye-bye. Ka-ching!